Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. And so I'm going to go through TurretinFan's blog and specifically the articles that he's done recently on the Johannine Comma, or 1 John 5, 7 to 8. And so I was going to read through Mike Ferrando's The Witness of God is Greater, because I'm doing a bit of a project reading through all that material. But as you can probably tell, my throat is a little bit fluey, and so I'm not going to go through that and just constantly read things. That would be quite annoying to the listener. And so, but I thought I'd go through some of this material of TurretinFan, because he has been putting in an effort since I've announced the Comma Conference to putting out some interesting articles on the comma. And so I'm just going to read through some of these. So the first one that he has here is Greek manuscripts of the Johannine Comma. And so this is Elijah Hickson's article. So I've gone through and done videos on Elijah Hickson's article. So this appeared on the Evangelical Textual Criticism blog, sometimes known as the ETC blog. And Hickson writes, there are 10 Greek manuscripts that have the Comma Johanneum, but only 3 of them have it in the same form as in Stephanus's 1550 edition and Scribner's edition reprint by the TBS. These 3 are missing. Sorry, these 3 are 221 in the margin, 2318 and 2473. All 10 of these manuscripts are indexed for 1 John 5, 7 to 8 at the INTF's VMR. So you are free to verify them for yourself. So I just want to show, before I read any further, we've been going through some of the material to do with, I'll just type this in, to do with the manuscript evidence for 1 John 5, 7. And so what we're doing is basically just going through and double checking everything, because there is no real definitive list. Oftentimes what people will say is, oh, if you go to James Snap's blog, you'll find a definitive list, or if you go to Timothy Berg's blog, you'll find a definitive list. But the work of Mike Ferrando and Mike Holner has proven that this list is filled with errors. Sometimes it'll say that something isn't in 1 John 5, 7, or the comma isn't in 1 John 5, 7 in the manuscript where it actually is. And sometimes it's saying, hey, this this early manuscript has this reading, and it's actually not even, hasn't even got 1 John 5, hasn't even got 1 John. It's a gospel manuscript. And so we can see Chris Yetzer, he put this Google Docs up so that we could go through and put in information. And so basically what we've got, like, say, for example, just one example here, GA048, we can see that the Greek has been written out here, but then we have links to the actual manuscript. We have links to Munster here, and we also have a link to Mike Ferrando's PDF. So he's written many pages on this particular manuscript. And so this way, by creating this type of database, we can go through and just firstly have a cursory look and go, okay, is the comma in there? Now, we aren't really expecting to go through and just find the comma everywhere. But what we really want to do is just work out a bit of a forensic examination of why this was dropped out, because Jerome clearly said that the Greek has the comma in it in his day in about 400. And so what happened? Well, obviously it's been attacked and it has dropped out of the Greek manuscript tradition, and it's only left in a few tiny amount of manuscripts. And so, but we're also going through and just checking some of these claims, like say GA28 is a ghost manuscript originally found by Tischendorf in 1862 and published a transcription in 1865. The manuscript is now supposedly in the Moscow Library, and so Tommy Wasserman couldn't locate it, and Mike Ferrando's tried to locate it, and so but yeah, we have some links there. So that was Mike Ferrando put that ghost manuscript information on there. So Randy Ekman, now Randy admits that he, isn't that strong on examining some of the Greek and the marginal notes and things like that. So he's mostly just putting up information, but you can tell, if it doesn't have the comma in it. So he's like missing the comma, but he's got the links up here. So this is very helpful for someone like me, because I'm putting all this information into my Textus Receptus website. And sometimes just finding the link can take you hours. You can be just searching around and hit brick walls forever. So someone doing that type of work it's just fantastic. And so, yeah, so this article, the so-called 500 manuscripts against 1 John 5:7, part 2, Mike Ferrando. So he's written quite a lot on that issue. So I just sort of point that out. And if anyone does want to help with this, basically any manuscript that has 1 John 5:7, or anything that is sort of mentioned historically in books during the Reformation period or anything like that, that says, hey, we've got 1 John 5:7, or it doesn't have 1 John 5:7, we're trying to double check these. We're also trying to line up some of these numbers, because something today that's minuscule 173, for example, it might be numbered something differently 200 years ago. So we're just trying to make sure that we're talking about the same manuscripts and things like that. So I just sort of point that out, that all this work is being done. But also what's interesting is looking at some of the commentary, and we're finding out some of the commentary actually talks about Jesus being in the River Jordan, and the Father that saying, this is my beloved Son in whom I'm well pleased, and the Spirit coming down like a dove. So there is this Trinitarian type of commentary oftentimes that goes with the comma. And so we really want to go through and look at that, because I guess what we're looking for is perhaps there was commentary written that but that something was taken out of the text, or perhaps there's something in the text but the commentary was mutilated, this type of thing. So we're just looking at everything. But this is a sort of a study of, I guess, hang on, I've just got to cough a little bit. So sorry about that. I just didn't want to cough right into the mic. But this is a study of, I guess it's like diminishing returns, where we're basically just going to go at the end of this study, the comma is not in Greek manuscripts much. There's only a few there. And so it's not a shock to King James, Textus Receptus people. We understand that this happened. And this has happened in a few other small places in the Textus Receptus Greek. But many times it's the overriding evidence that goes along with it that shows that this should be in there. And so, say, for example, even majority text people, like someone like James Snap Jr., when you look at the confession of the man who got, the Ethiopian eunuch who got baptized, and he said, I believe Jesus Christ, and he has the confession in Acts chapter 8, verse 37, I think it is. Only 15% of manuscripts have that, but there's such strong evidence from early church writers, other versional witnesses, that James Snap's like, I think it's genuine. And so, well, where do you draw the line with that? Because we have so much evidence, grammatical evidence. We have early church writers. We have the Latin. It's in 95% of the Latin documents. And so we're looking at absolutely everything. But so when we're looking at the Greek, we obviously know, and it's not a shock when someone like Elijah Hickson goes, hey, it's only in a few manuscripts. It's like, yeah, cool. We know that. I think it was Metzger said it was in like 10, maybe 4 were in the main text. And so, it's not like we've already dealt with this type of issue, and so, but we just want to make sure we're crossing every T, dotting every I. We just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence so that we can say, okay, this is exactly the case. And what would be great is after we've done all this, the 550 or so manuscripts of 1 John 5, it would be great to put absolutely everything like in a line. And so all the readings, all the marginal notes and all this type of thing. And so that we can see any type of variations, any type of textual issues that have occurred with this. And perhaps we can trace, the exact pinpoint of when this dropped out of the Greek manuscripts. And so one thing that Mike Ferrando has done that's very, very important is he has shown that, I can't remember the exact stats off the top of my head, but he has shown that, maybe I should grab his PDF while I saw it here. He has shown that the early manuscripts, apart from, Codex Vaticanus and Codex Sinaiticus, basically, I'll just get this, where are we? Google Docs can be a bit funny. There we go. Okay, I'm getting redirected. There we go. It's easier just to show you this rather than me talking about it and getting some of the numbers wrong. And there's so many things that Mike Ferrando's done. Like, seriously, what Mike Ferrando's done for the comma, he has just meticulously researched everything. And even to the point where when I read through, sometimes I'll read through stuff that I've sort of copied and pasted from his PDFs. And I'm like, oh, actually, that one little stat is wrong. But I'll go back to his most recent one and he's fully just tidied it all up. So he is just meticulously going back over his work. And so this was going to be part of what I read through today, but obviously my voice is a little bit shot. So it would be terrible to listen to my voice like this. But he has this at the top of most of his PDFs. So it has appendix Greek manuscripts from the year 60 to the year 800 to 850, containing 1 John 5, 7 to 8. So you would think, oh, well, the world was flooded with manuscripts that don't have the comma, or extant manuscripts that we have today. They clearly show, that it's not early. Okay, well, so we're looking at Sinaiticus, 4th century, Alexandrian manuscript, Vaticanus, 4th to 5th century, and Alexandrian is 5th century. So these ones, obviously the dating of Sinaiticus and Vaticanus is contested. I don't think anyone is really contesting Alexandrinus, but maybe if that was considered the earliest one, we would be going, okay, well, we want to test that as well. But it doesn't seem to have that much weight. It doesn't seem to be used that much. Maybe in Revelation it's used where Vaticanus, some of the other material in Revelation and the latter books of the New Testament had dropped off. But let's look at the manuscript evidence for 1 John 5, 7 to 8. So the 1st century, we have zero evidence for anything for or against the comma. 2nd century, zero evidence. 3rd century, zero evidence. 4th century, it comes down to Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, which a lot of people have taken the route of Dean John William Burgon and just gone, they're just garbage manuscripts for starters. But let alone, the concepts of Sinaiticus perhaps being a modern day forgery. But Vaticanus, Erasmus said it could be a modern day manuscript of his era. And so these are things that we really want to examine. We should really chemically test these. But apart from that, let's just give the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, they're genuinely old manuscripts. Okay, so we've got 2 manuscripts in the 4th century. Then in the 5th century, we've got GA02, so Alexandrinus. But then we look at GA48, and it is so damaged that it's completely unreadable. You can't tell if the comma's in there or out. So we're not sure about that one. So it really only comes down to these three. Okay, so then 6th century, we've got GA 296. It is damaged and completely unreadable. So 7th century, there's 0. 8th century, there is 0. So you're getting to the year 800 to 850, and there's only 3 manuscripts, which is Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, and Alexandrinus. And it's like, I thought there was a ton of evidence that this verse wasn't in the Greek and all the rest of it. It's like, but it seems like this has only come around since, I guess, the 1830s, 1840s, with the finding of Sinaiticus, 1844, the revival of Vaticanus being the best, and then the smashing of these two together to form, the Westcott and Hort text. I think there's been a bit of historical revisionism that's happened, and people are just told, well, the oldest and best don't have it, so that's it, case closed. And people are going, okay, well, the scholars have said it. The scholars have said, you should stand 1 meter apart, and you should wear a mask, and you should get some goop shoved in your arm, and the scientists said it, sort of thing. But on close examination, it's pretty flimsy for the early era. Okay, so we sort of, when we go by century, the list of 500 by century, 8th to 9th century, we have 1 manuscript, GA 44, 9th century 8, 10th century 29, and then we go on to, basically the Byzantine copyist era. And we're like, okay, well, that's quite interesting, because most people, even TR people, would recognize that after a while, there's scriptoriums in the Byzantine Empire, and they're just copying manuscripts and pumping them out. And most of them are pretty cohesive as well. They don't really deviate that much from each other. There are differences, but it's not huge. It's not like, comparing Vaticanus and Sinaiticus even together, or let alone those with a Byzantine text. And so, but that's why some scholars just sort of see the later Byzantine as just sort of like rubber stamp. They're pumping these out, but it's almost like they're printed in a sense, because they're so close. And that's why oftentimes you'll see in the apparatus and Nestle Alarm text, it would just have an M for majority, or it might have a BYZ for Byzantine, but it might cover like 1,500 manuscripts in certain places where it's talking about things, but it just has a big M there, or a BYZ or something like that. So 75% of the 550 manuscripts are 12th century or older. Okay, so I think that this information here is just gold. It's like, this is quite incredible when you look through this, and because most people are just convinced that there's just this massive pile of manuscripts that don't have the comma early, but we're looking at Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, and Alexandrinus. Okay, so up until 850, so we're looking at 3 witnesses. I know Alexandrinus was given to King James as a gift. He died before he received it, but that was part of the Walton's polyglot. They examined that, and so I'll probably go through and look more through that information. But so when we're looking at this, like to understand that in the 4th century, roughly around the year 400. So we're looking at early 5th century, late 4th century. We see that someone like Jerome said that it's in the Greek, but they're unfaithfully bringing it over into the Latin, and they're leaving out the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, but they are leaving behind the Spirit, water, and blood. And these people are coming against the strongest verse of the Trinity. They're attacking the Trinitarian doctrine, and these are unfaithful translators. So Erasmus concluded, and so did someone like Richard Simon, who's not a friend of the comma, that what Jerome was inadvertently saying is that it's in the Greek. Okay. Now, I've been going through Richard Simon's material. I will do a whole show on his stuff as well, hopefully before the conference. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention this because this changes everything when you're looking at early evidence for the omission of a comma. It's really just comes down to the old faithfuls that are against the Textus Receptus, Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, and Alexandrinus, which have massive differences between themselves. They're so different from each other. Now, I'll try and keep my finger on the pulse with these comments. Every now and then I'm going to pause it and cough and splatter and all the rest of it, but hopefully you guys can bear with me. Wayne on Wheels is in the house. Good evening, everyone. Hell, hi, all the way from Norway, living the dream. Following Truth, LJ, all the way from the UK. Shalom, Nick, and all. Wayne on Wheels, Gnosticism is alive and well even today. Yes, absolutely. I sort of kind of think Michael Heiser's stuff is Gnosticism. I was listening to Michael Bird, because he's an Australian guy from Melbourne, where I grew up. I listen to some of his stuff from time to time, and I'm just cringing at the moment. He's talking about Heiser stuff and the council and all these other sort of competing gods, but no Yahweh, which is actually, Jupiter. He's the greatest God, type of thing. Paul Anker, I thought the comma was missing in Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, this being the reason why the comma is missing in modern versions of the Bible, because they follow the critical text. Wayne Wills says it is missing, yes. Paul said, my mistake, I thought he was showing a list of manuscripts that contain the comma. I am showing Elijah Hickson's material that shows some of the manuscripts that are extant that do have the comma in it. Wayne says he's just talking about that's the manuscripts that we have of that era. Colin says, I asked a pastor, critical text preferred, who mentioned the Dead Sea Scrolls of the Museum of the Bible being forgeries, if Sinaiticus and Vaticanus had been chemically tested. His response, no, they haven't, but there was never any question of their age. Well, he obviously doesn't know about the controversy with Simonides. Bible Highlighters in the house. Hello, everyone. Hope all is well in the Lord Jesus today. Just sitting back and listening when I can. Okay, good to see you, Bible Highlighter. And I appreciate the document that you gave me recently with a whole bunch of material on it. I read through it. It was a very good summary. And so let's continue with this. And so Hickson goes on to note, before I can get there, I want to mention that sometimes an 11th Greek manuscript is cited, GA 635. It is sometimes cited as having the comma Johannine in the margin, but it does not. So Hickson mentions that. I would just add that that's a mistake by Bruce Metzger. Bruce Metzger made that error, but Bruce Metzger is sort of like a guru of the critical text side, so you don't want to say, hey, he made a blunder here. And because sometimes we would, TR people would quote this and we'd get pulled over the coals for it. And it's like, well, it's in Metzger's material. In addition to what Hickson has mentioned, I added a line for the Complutensian polyglot, since some folks like to suggest that the Complutensian editors transcribe their text from a manuscript rather than amending based on the Latin. And so TurretinFan is in agreement with Richard Simon here that Stunica, the guy who was one of the Complutensian polyglot editors, TurretinFan is basically saying that he didn't use Greek at 1 John 5:7. He just made it up there. It's a conjectural emendation, where this is not the case. If you read through it, nowhere does Stunicus say that he did that. Like there are 1,000 differences between the Complutensian polyglot Greek and the Latin Vulgate. So obviously they're compiling the Greek together. And they made no qualms about it. They would say things like, the Greek is corrupt. It's got corruptions in it. The Latin's better because, this obviously led on to later the Council of Trent and the announcement that the Latin's better. It's way better than the Greek and all this type of stuff. So, but they were clearly compiling the Greek here, the Greek manuscript. So they had Greek manuscripts that had the comma in it. TurretinFan, and, obviously he's parroting some other guys, which leads back to probably Richard Simon. But it may even go a little bit earlier than that. But they're just saying that Stunica did this. that Stunica back translated from Latin, or the Complutensian guys just back translated from the Latin here, and there's just no proof of that. That, like, if I just picked a random verse in the Bible and just said, hey, they back translated here, it's like, well, you've got to prove that. You've got to show information that they've done that. There really is none. It's just an opinion. There's really no concrete proof for this. And so I'm just going to, so really the burden of proof is on TurretinFan to prove that. And he does have, Stunica himself acknowledging the opposite. So, but he doesn't. Stunica himself basically just quotes Jerome saying, hey, Jerome is an important figure, and he said the Father, Word, and Spirit is being taken out. And he says, it must be known that in this place that the Greek codices are most clearly corrupted. So he's talking about the bulk of Greek codices, not just simply ones that he was using or had in front of him. And so I would say that today. I would say, well, the Greek codices, it doesn't mean I'm talking about Codex Ottobonianus or these other ones. And so you're just talking in general. And so he says, but our Latin ones, and TurretinFan says, literally the Latin here is our in the plural form. The implication is that while the codices of the Greeks in the Greek Latin in the Greek language are corrupted, the codices of the Latins in the Latin languages are not. And so, and I appreciate that TurretinFan writes that, because some people have been saying, well, I think it's actually Richard Simon who does this. He says the ones that Stunica had in front of him that he was using didn't have it. And it's like, no, he's clearly talking about Greek codices in general. And so anyway, basically he goes on to just talk about Jerome most of that time. But he doesn't say that he back translated from Latin. He doesn't say anything about that. And so this has just become one of those go-to hot button answers. It's like, what's the answer to the Complutensian polyglot? Oh, back translated from the Latin. What about Erasmus? Well, he back translated from, if he copied the Complutensian polyglot, well, he gets it from the Latin anyway, because these guys back translate. So it's just story after story after story. It's but it's just Chinese whispers. There's really no substance to what's being said here. And so I'll just drop that page down and we'll just continue through this. So it says, in a nutshell, before Erasmus's 4th edition, what is today the TR Johannine Comma did not exist. So this is a huge claim. The comma just didn't exist. Okay. And what I've found is TurretinFan has adopted the whole strict criteria box that if you don't have, say, definite articles before Father and Word, then it doesn't count as a reading of the comma. It can have Father, Word, Spirit, but if it doesn't have the Father, that Word, then you just got to delete it. And it's like that. That's not how you do a compilation of seeing whether a reading is in a verse, because if he was to apply this type of methodology to the critical text, he would be throwing out probably about 500 verses, more, probably 1,000 verses. There are so many places where they just have a reading, and there's 105 readings where it begins with Sinaiticus and it finishes with Vaticanus. There's nowhere else in the world that it has a reading like that, except for these two if you smash them together. So is he going to throw all them out? There's this type of strict criteria is just, if he was to apply it to other verses, he would be throwing out some of his favorite verses. Because what he's basically saying is it's got to match up with Stephanus's 1550, or it's got to match up with what Scribner has in the Textus Receptus that he made. If it diverts a little bit, and this is one of the arguments that was made by Timothy Decker. So he had a list, and he was even saying that the movable nu on essin or essi, that counts as disqualifying some readings. And it's like, look, even even Erasmus in his 5 editions, sometimes he has S in, sometimes he doesn't. It's just that's a publishing choice. It's nothing really to do with the text. It doesn't change the meaning. And so anyway, so he says the comma did not exist, okay, before Erasmus's 4th edition. So what is today in the TR did not exist. Like, this is a huge claim. And I would just say to TurretinFan that, like, you know, this is, I would say this is just completely wrong. What we see is variations of there are 26 words in 1 John. Like, any verse of the Bible, you can go through and you can get a Byzantine text. You can get both of them together. But if you just do the proper way of doing textual criticism by looking at things and comparing things and looking at the most logical explanations, you can usually see, oh, okay, they've made a spelling error. Oh, they've spelled a name differently, or they've dropped out a definite article here. You know, that can happen. There's parablepsis, this type of thing. But it's like, here, this is just so strict for the comma that it's like, yeah, how could you ever? So basically, you've got to have it exactly. These 26 words have got to be all exactly in the exact order. They've got to be like, because sometimes it will say the Father word in Spirit Holy instead of Holy Spirit, but it's always translated Holy Spirit. It's like an untranslatable difference, but it's like, no, that's different. And so the TR doesn't exist before Erasmus's 4th edition. Did you know that? And it's like, look, I think you're just being way too strict here. And you would never, like, where are you being this strict on anything to do with Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, or your critical text, or even just majority text? Like, I don't see anyone else being this strict on any other verse in the whole Bible anywhere, you know. So of the 4 manuscripts with something comma-like, so it's like, well, it's just this hybrid weird comma, but it's not the comma, you know, sort of thing. In the main text, the only one that is before the time of Erasmus is transparently a back translation from the Latin in the context of a Greek-Latin diaglot text. And this is completely unproven, because when we look at Codex Ottobonianus, we see it has Latin on one side and Greek on the other. But when we examine the readings there, sometimes we see whole entire verses not in the Greek and whole entire verses not in the Latin. So they're not just copies. They're not, one's not a translation of the other. These are obviously from separate manuscripts. And so if it was just a translation one to the other, it would match in these places. And the thing is, usually they say, well, it doesn't have the articles there, so it has to be from the Latin, this type of thing. But that's not the case. When we look at, say, someone like Athanasius, he quoted the comma without the articles, had no problem doing that. And it's untranslatable. You usually would just say the Father, the Word. Now, some scholars may have, it in the Greek, looked back at someone like Athanasius and gone, hang on, he doesn't have the definite articles there. I want to be accurate, so I won't put the definite articles in the manuscript that I'm working on, this type of thing. They might have done their own textual criticism there. And so I'm just throwing that out as, you know, just a hypothetical sort of thing. But Codex Ottobonianus is not a actually, this is talking about Erasmus, so I've just got to wind that back. So Codex Ottobonianus is usually demonized as a back translation from the Latin. So a lot of people are saying that. But I've just read this line here again, and it says, Erasmus is transparently a back translation from the Latin. Hang on, I've just got to read this slowly. Of the four manuscripts with something comma-like in the main text, the only one that is before the time of Erasmus is transparently, yeah, so it is talking about Ottobonianus, so I was correct. Okay, so then it says, the only one from the time of Erasmus, likewise, appears to be a back translation from the Latin because it lacks the articles. So it's like, okay, it doesn't have ho, pater, ho, logos. But some of these ones that lack the articles at 1 John 5:7, if you read 1 John 5:8, they lack the articles before spirit, water, and blood as well. And so, I don't know why that happened, but it doesn't mean that that's a back translation from the Latin. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel that there are some of these criteria boxes. Okay, it's back translated from the Latin is just a huge one. Now, no doubt there could have been things that are back translated from the Latin. We don't want to dismiss that completely and say it's an impossibility, but I don't think it's the answer for everything. And especially when you look at Codex Ottobonianus now, because I'm talking about it a lot, I should really bring it up. Now, I've got my webpage here, 1 John 5:7, with lots of information on there. If anyone wants to go through this page, there's lots and lots that you can go through there. Now, let's just type in Ott. Where are we? Find Ott. Codex Ottobonianus. So, Johannine Comma and Codex Ottobonianus. Oh, my ears just popped. That was really good. Here we go. So we see this is the Latin on one side and the Greek on the other. Now, so what the claim is, people just have a cursory look and they say, oh, it's got the comma here, but it has a comma here in Latin, so it's just copied over. But it's clearly not. This is just simply not copied over, because when you look at, even in 1 John, you can see there are differences. It's not a translation of the Latin. And so this argument that's being made is just not proven. There's just no proof of this. And so here we have in Ottobonianus, it basically says in Latin there are three that testimony give in heaven: Father, Word, Holy, Spirit, Holy, and these three are one. And there are three that testimony give in earth: Spirit, water, and blood. And so in the Greek, for there are three witness bearing from the heaven, Father, Word. So it actually has the word apo, from the heaven. The Father, Word, Spirit, Holy, and these three are into the one are, and three are the witness bearing upon earth, the Spirit, water, and blood. Okay, so there is a from there. Where does that come from? It's not in the Latin. And so and then I've got what Elijah Hickson has in his article about that. So that's my Ottobonianus material. Now, so this is just a claim made, but it just doesn't hold any weight. The remaining two match the TR text, but both are from a long after the age of printing, i.e. 16th or 17th century, and are thought to be based on a printed Greek text. And so there are manuscripts where people have just written in the margin, verse 7, and they've written it out in Greek. Even if we were to consider the marginal readings in manuscripts that contain them, only one of the marginal notes is a viable candidate to be before the time of Erasmus, and this one is likewise a transparent back translation from Latin. So I'm not sure exactly which one he's talking about there, but I guess maybe he's talking about what would be labeled Montfortianus today, or I would call it Codex Britannicus. I believe these are separate manuscripts. Or he could be talking about Ottobonianus again, but it says, in short, the Greek evidence confirms that the Comma Johanneum is a Latin interpolation. And so when we go down through Elijah Hickson's evidence, now, as I've said, I've done complete videos on Elijah Hickson's material here. He notes that GA 635 is sometimes cited as having the comma So this was a mistake by Bruce Metzger. Bruce Metzger made this mistake. It should say 636, which appears down the page here, I think. Yes, down here. So, but it's interesting that the critical text guys don't say, well, this error came from Bruce Metzger. It's Textus Receptus people point this out. Because what I've found, and I've mentioned this in my previous video, is Bruce Metzger, he basically, like most of these are mentioned in Metzger's material. And so he's the one mentioning an 18th century manuscript. He's the one mentioning, oh, it's in a margin of the 18th century. Oh, the 19th century. Like a Textus Receptus people going, oh, it's in this one, you know, this type of thing. No, it's just been mentioned because Bruce Metzger mentioned it. Like if I was to, this is a type of slander in a sense. It's a type of demonization, because this is obviously like where the Bruce Metzger was sort of meaning it this way. I don't think he really was. But what's morphed from this is people are going, oh, how silly is this Textus Receptus guy? He's got a list there. This one's from the 18th century. Duh. This is after the age of printing. And it's like, well, no, he's just copied it from Metzger. And so oftentimes this is brought up where people are saying, hey, this marginal note that has the comma in it, this is from the 19th century. And it's like, yeah, well, it's just a copy and paste from Metzger. So why aren't you as critical on Metzger and saying, oh, duh, why are you bringing this, you know, this type of thing? And I hate this type of thing because it just makes me cringe, because who is using this type of material? Now, because this type of thing happens, what Mike Ferrando, brilliantly has done, he's gone through and he's like, well, let's look at these. And he's like, actually, the printing press, it might have been huge in England. It might have been huge on the continent, but around areas like modern day Bulgaria, Macedonia, in Greece, these places, they didn't really pick up on the printing press for quite a while. And there was a lot of restrictions on what they could print. And so when people did print stuff, it was sort of revolutionary to them at that time as well. So it's quite interesting. So Mike Ferrando's brought a lot of that out. So I would just say when it comes to the after printing issues, he's gone and done a bunch of homework on that as well. So, but so anyway, that's why I find, some of these things sort of a little bit disingenuous, say with Elijah Hickson, but also he continues to say that this comes from a manuscript that has Catholic provenance. And it's like, okay, when you're first a Christian and you're reading like a Chick tract or an Alberto comic, and it's like, Islam comes from Rome, and so does like pretty much any cult. It just comes from the Jesuit sort of thing, and it's like, nah, I don't know about this. But this is sort of the whole thing that Elijah Hickson did. He just keeps saying it comes from Catholic provenance. It comes from a Jesuit guy. This one was in a library that was owned by this cardinal, and it's like the whole of Europe was completely saturated by this cult, and so there's not much you can do about that. It's just history. But he's pointing it out like as if, well, this just comes from Latin for starters. Then it comes from this Latin church, the Catholic Church, and it's coming from this cultic background. The Roman Catholics are a cult, so the comma is like culty, and it's like, no, this is Chick tract type of garbage. You know what I mean? Like, Islam just come from Catholicism. I would say more so Islam comes from the Gnostic groups, but also from Arianism. There's a huge amount of Arian influence. Gospel of Thomas, you can trace back to like in Islam, you can trace back to, say the Gospel of Thomas, direct quotations and things like that. So, I mean, to say it's Catholicism in its proper form wasn't really around until about 600. So Islam, 620, it's not like, it's like their first thing. Let's just create Islam. And it's like, no, things can morph by itself in other places. And so anyway, I won't get into that, but I'll just quickly read through this, but I'm hoping that I don't have to stop all the way through, but I know I will, because I won't be able to help myself. Hickson notes that that is something that used to be said that contained the comma, but doesn't. GA 629, so that's the one Ottobonianus. So it lacks the Greek articles. So they're saying, okay, it's definitely from the Latin. Well, the burden of proof is on them. I would say, well, they should really go through even just 1 John and prove that it's a translation. If they can't prove that, then they have no right in saying that. It's just a claim. They're just trying to dismiss all the evidence. And I found this with Revelation 16:5. It didn't matter what evidence I put on the table. It was just completely dismissed as just zero. Like, not even like, oh, yeah, that's like 50% evidence, or that's 80% evidence, or oh, that's 95% evidence. It's just, no, it's got this one little mistake here like later on in the verse, wipe it off the table sort of thing. And so what I find is this is the type of thing that we're dealing with. People who, they're not dealing with the actual evidence that's there. They want to dismiss everything. So, but hopefully, people who watch this will see through that. So Codex Ottobonianus, it's been dated to the 14th century, I think. Or what do I have here for the date of that? It is dated to 1362. Okay, so 1362. So we're talking about 20 years before Wycliffe sort of thing. This is in Latin, it's in Greek. But instead of going, hey, we've got a Latin and Greek evidence for it, they're like, no, the Latin is there. The Greek was translated from the Latin. And it's like, oh, okay, can you prove that? And it's like, they're not proving it. But so then it dismisses that, and you can wipe that off the table. It's like, how can you just get rid of the evidence like that? And if you're doing that here, well, where else are you going to that length to just dismiss the evidence, So then we see a GA 61, 15th, 16th century. And they're saying copied from GA at 326 while adding Vulgate-derived readings, and the comma lacks Greek articles. Okay, so this is the one called Codex Montfortianus. Now, I would just say Codex Montfortianus is a completely separate witness to the comma that was found later. This is the one they said Erasmus, like it was made to order and it was put in front of Erasmus. They put a machine gun to his head and said, you better put the comma in. And he's like, oh, okay. And he did it. Or another story is like he promised that he'd do it. And then he was just presented with this thing and the ink's still wet. And he's like, but it's not genuine. He's like, but I did promise, these type of silly stories. And half the time, it doesn't really matter if people have debunked these. There's still like a presupposition in people's minds. It's like you just talk to people and say, okay, so was Erasmus pressured to put it in? It's like, of course he was. It's like, where's the proof of that? Well, and I've even heard people say, well, this story about Erasmus has been debunked. It's not scholarly. But, sometimes those stories that should be true, and they just repeat it. And it's like, it's like saying the Nazis won World War II. It's just not true. Just stop saying it. But anyway, I'm trying not to stop at every point here. So that's Codex Montfortianus, a completely separate witness to the comma. Yay, we've got another witness. Adam Clark dated it to the 12th century. But they say it's 1520 was when it was made. How's that? 1520. They can date it to then, apparently. Where Adam Clark, who actually looked at the manuscript, he said, it was way older than that. And it's clearly not the one that Erasmus used because it has differences. So it reads Pneuma Agion, the one that Erasmus put in his annotations, it doesn't read like that. So Erasmus used a manuscript that he called Codex Britannicus, and it's different. So anyway, we'll just keep going through here. GA 426 in the margin, and it says it's after 1522. Copied from Erasmus's third edition, the article-less form of the comma. So what's interesting is that if you have any, this is something that I've really got to do homework on. If you have any manuscript that matches Erasmus's editions, then it must be copied from Erasmus. But if you have something that doesn't match Erasmus's editions, then it's disqualified because it doesn't match up exactly. So there's just no, they've just found a way to get rid of everything. It's, it's sort of like, the governor's son was caught with cocaine or something, and it's like, no matter how much evidence you put against it, he's the governor's son. He's going to say, no, he's innocent, or the police are going to skew the evidence to look like something else, and he's going to get off. But it's sort of like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If you have something that matches Erasmus, well, that manuscript was written after Erasmus. If you have something that doesn't match Erasmus, but it's clearly beforehand, well, it doesn't match Erasmus. And it's like, it might just not match in a definite article here and there. And it's like, it's just not saying the Father, the Word, the Holy Ghost. It says Father, Word, Holy Ghost. It's like, throw it out. And so we see this type of thing. But so these are things that I really want to get into more, because like say GA 429, people have gone through some of these manuscripts and looked at them. But what I find is, like, say, one huge example of this is the lie about Revelation chapter 22, that the manuscript that Erasmus used was lacking 6 verses. But when you read Erasmus's material, it's the only place in his whole New Testament where he said he back translated anything from Latin in that place. And he said it was a few words, and he said it was around the place in verse 19 where it talks about the book of life. And he's very clear about that. But how can he see in Greek there? He said he spotted homoioteuton, which is similar endings. And he said that this is a very common thing that happens in Greek manuscripts. In verse 19, he's pointing out this thing that happens in Greek manuscripts. But how can he do that if it doesn't have from verse 16 to verse 21? If the last page of Revelation fell off, how can he spot Greek issues in Greek and talk about them? So obviously, the manuscript they found later with this last page ripped off, that's not the one that Erasmus used. And so that makes more sense. Instead of saying, well, Erasmus must have lied. He made all these annotations about something that's not even real. This type of thing. To me, that's just Scooby-Doo clown land. It's so dumb that I'm getting to the point where I'm just like, I guess maybe I should put some money on the table and for debates on that, because people don't want to debate me on this, because I'm pretty sure most critical text people who actually look into that go, yeah, how on earth? Like, I'm flabbergasted. I can't even talk, because when I think about this, it's like looking at the O.J. Simpson trial with him trying to put a glove on, or what was his name, Jesse Smollett. He got bashed by these MAGA guys, and it's like you're just there going, this just doesn't make any sense, But this is happening in the Bible world, and this is causing people to go, the whole book of Revelation is filled with error, because Erasmus used one manuscript. And you got to look at the context of that as well, because he clearly says he looked at other manuscripts in the plural. So they want to get rid of that as well. But that's a whole nother story, a whole nother fable that we're going to debunk. But then they're like, or anywhere in the book of Revelation that our manuscript that we're claiming Erasmus used, anywhere there's a diversion, he just back translated from Latin there as well. And so they've just expanded this one tiny little spot into everywhere in the book of Revelation. And so this is their story. And I don't find critical text people coming against this, because if you start biting the hand that feeds, if you start saying, well, Jan Kranz can be deliberately deceptive at times, or, Henk de Jong can be deceptive, or, some of these stories about Erasmus are just simply not true, you look like you're a Textus Receptus person. But I would love to debate anyone on any one of these topics. Maybe some of you guys should set this up for me, like contact Bart Ehrman, contact, Tommy Wasserman, contact any of these guys. I'll debate them on this issue. Jan Kranz, I'll debate him any day of the week. on the last 6 verses of the book of Revelation, that whole concept is a fable. These anecdotes of Erasmus. Anyway, I didn't want to start preaching, but I have. So GA 918, late 16th century, Spanish Catholic providence. The comma appears to have been added from Erasmus's 3rd edition. So these are things that, you know, we're trying to double check, triple check. Some of them I have checked and it's like, oh yeah, that's obvious. Others are like, oh no, that's not really that obvious at all. It has been dated to, like, you know, 13th century or something, but just because it matches with the comma of Erasmus's 3rd edition, it doesn't mean you just automatically go, well, it's from his printed edition, maybe it matches up. But this is the circular reasoning. Because it's got the comma, it has to be a fake. It has to be doubted. You have to go to the worst case scenario. GA 2473, apparently copied from latter printed Textus Receptus edition rather than from an independent Greek manuscript tradition. GA 2318, 18th century late commentary manuscript. Watchell considered its biblical text copied from a latter Textus Receptus edition. Klaus Watchell is the one who replaced the whole Lucianic recension theory. I would encourage you to go through Jeff Riddle's material. He's been talking a lot about that recently. GA 177 in the margin 18th century. So these are things that no one would really ever even look at. But it's only just because we've been mocked as bringing these up. Like James White's like, oh, this is from the Civil War period. Is that where you're getting your comma from? And it's like, no, you're not really steel manning our position. That's not what we're saying at all. This is Bruce Metzger has these in his book, and so people have just gone, okay, well, he's seen these as important, so they've put it down. Not that that's where we're going to for the comma, and that's a type of slander. But anyway, marginal edition in 1785, then GA 221, marginal edition made after 1854 catalogue. So, I mean, who would really even read these and go, yeah, it's the comma. GA 88, marginal edition, 16th century or later. And there are other manuscripts too that, like 100 years ago, were just thrown out as just nothings, because they've been said to be back translated from, say, like the Complutensian Polyglot. Codex Ravianus is one of those. I'll really want to see this manuscript. Apparently it's in a library in Poland. But I just want to double check, because some people were saying, no, there was enough difference between the manuscript and the Complutensian to show that it was a unique, distinct manuscript. And 100 years ago, like, who threw it out? Who are you trusting to, you know, if we can't even trust the people who are doing an English Bible version, the revised version. Like Art Farstead, who did the New King James, he said they snuck in and never seen before Greek text. They were deceptive in that, and they've given that to us. Now we're stuck with all these modern Bibles with all these, 2,900 less Greek words and 8,000 changes in the Greek, let alone the English things that have changed, and let alone just weird methodologies and dynamic equivalents and paraphrases and all this stuff that's come out with it. And so we've seen a whole bunch of deception. I mean, what's to say that people weren't just coming against the comma? The Unitarians, the United Bible Societies basically became Unitarian. British and foreign Bible Societies basically became Unitarian. And there were so many Unitarians there. People like Ezra Abbott, Thayer, George Van Smith. I could name dozens of people of that era who were deeply up to their eyeballs in Unitarian teaching, who were very prominent in those days. So these are the guys looking at things. These are the guys deciding whether a manuscript is worth looking at or not worth looking at. And so we've just got to be careful that we don't have the influence of Unitarianism on our thinking about the manuscripts and our thinking of what is genuine and what should be looked at. And that's why we're looking at everything. and we're trying to keep a neutral. Like some of these things, obviously they're not relevant to what we're looking at, but some of these things could be relevant, but they've just crafted a story behind it. And I was reading one story about a manuscript that went missing, and they said, well, what happened was a fireworks company bought the manuscripts and used them for fireworks, so they all just went up in smoke. And it was like, where are these stories coming from? Anyway, so the Complutensian, so he's added that. Printed Greek, Latin, New Testament. The comma is printed in the Greek column alongside the Latin tradition. Okay. And so that's basically Elijah Hickson's article. It's sort of just summarized, but I can see that TurretinFan he's said a pretty powerful thing here. In a nutshell, before Erasmus's 4th edition, what is today the TR Johannine Comma did not exist. It's just quite amazing. So anyway, I could show, Bryennius. I could show other things. Maybe I should. I'll just quickly show Bryennius, just in case you're new here. So say 150 years before Erasmus, Bryennius, and he has. So if we look at verse 7, this is Scrivener compared to Bryennius. So I'm just comparing. I'm not saying it has to match Scrivener or anything, because Bryennius is not. What he has is not just one John type, written out. It is. He's just talking about the Trinity. He's got a whole book on the Trinity. Oftentimes he's saying the Word is God, the Word is Jesus, the Father, and he mentions Father, Word, Spirit. He has pictures of Father, Word, Spirit, and this is in like 1400, and it's all in Greek. And so it says here, basically exactly as Scrivener, but it's instead of pneuma to agion, so it's basically Spirit, the Holy, it has Holy Spirit. So that's the difference, okay? And then when we look at Bryennius and Scrivener here in verse 8, the only difference is there's a chi missing. So it's identical. So this is he died in 1432. Okay, so just say this was around the year, because he lived from 1350 to 1432. So just say he was, 50 years old when he did this. That would have been 1400. So 1400, so you're looking 120 years before Erasmus, you have this exact thing from Bryennius. And it's like, well, how do you get around that? And how do you say that the comma didn't exist? But then it's like, oh, it doesn't have Holy Spirit, it has Spirit the Holy, which translated wouldn't make any difference. It's like you would translate it exactly like we've got it in the King James. So basically, if you got Bryennius and you translated that today, you would have exactly what the King James has, except you wouldn't have where it has Spirit and water and blood. You would have Spirit, the water, and the blood. You wouldn't. There would be an and difference. But TurretinFan's saying that this just didn't exist, and to me it's just amazing. So anyway, so his next, I just thought I'd bring that up. There's tons of other issues that I could bring up, but I often go to Bryennius because no one's answered that. No one's looked through that. No one's admitting that he's this guy who was very influential in the Greek church, and he is citing the Comma Johanneum pretty much like when I think it's 26 words involved, and there's one and that's different, and that's in verse 8. So it's not really that relevant to the Father, Word, and Spirit section, and it's only like Spirit Holy or Holy Spirit. It's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's just a different way of saying something exactly the same. But apparently, there's no comma in existence, and so this is the thing. This is why we look at the the church writings. This is why we look at versions. This is why we look at manuscript. We look at everything, not just, okay, the manuscripts here, we've just only got to look at the Greek manuscripts. And it's like, yeah, that's good to look at it. But you also, that there can be a backstory. And especially when you got someone like Jerome saying that it's in the Greek in his day, but it's been mutilated. I mean, surely it doesn't take much effort to go, okay, well, it could have been mutilated in the Greek after the time of Jerome, which it does seem that that's exactly what has happened. So then we go on to the grammatical argument for the comma. Okay, so this is the second article. Now, what I've done here is I've done the search for the comma Johanneum, and it's given me these articles. So pretty much anything that is, here we are, Johannine Comma. So anything that is tagged Johannine Comma, I've just clicked on that, and these are coming up. So this is going through TurretinFan's most recent stuff. So I thought I'd cover some of this. Now I'll catch up with some of these comments before I go any further. And so Wayne on Wheels is in the house. I already mentioned that. Paul Anker says, did the Dead Sea Scrolls contain any manuscripts of the New Testament, or were they just from an earlier time period? My guesstimation is that the Dead Sea Scrolls are probably from about the 1st century. Anchor David says, first and last verses of the Bible, 44 letters, 17 vowels, 27 consonants, 1 John 5:7, double the amounts. Okay. I'm not really into Bible numerology, because that can vary between a 1611 edition and a 1769 edition or a 1900 edition. And so, yeah, I don't usually gel on that type of thing. Paul Anker said, did the Dead Sea Scrolls provide any supporting evidence for the LXX? Apparently there were a few Greek fragments found, but I can't remember exactly what they were involving. And so Everyday Man of God Ministries is in the house. Good to see you. Pastor Brett is in the house. Greetings to all. Pastor Brett says, Roman Catholicism at its best. Their text comes from the Roman Catholic Church. Paul Anker says, off topic, but would you like to know what Nick thinks? I would like to know what Nick thinks about whether the story about the 70 Jewish scholars writing the LXX in 300 BC is true or not. Absolutely not true. I don't think anyone believes that. And any scholar of any weight, or most people just see that as a fable. And the whole thing is, it goes against what the Jews believed, that only the Levites were to be the scribes. And so having 6 from every tribe, adding up to 72 scholars, it's just not historically valid when it comes to Jewish people. They would have been in sin to do that, to be doing their transcription. But if people go around that and say, well, it was a translation, there's just really no proof of that. And even critical text people are like, we don't believe that anymore. But it just became like a popular story. I think what's happened is, we know nationalism is a huge thing. Whatever your nationality is right now, if I say, hey, you're the best, and just sort of pump you up a bit. Imagine being in the Greek Empire and the New Testament is written in Greek. It's like, well, God favors us, over the Latins, over everyone. We're the best, type of thing. And I think what's happened is this type of nationalistic pride has just come up, and people are like, well, we don't even need the Hebrew Old Testament. Our Greek is better. It's more accurate. And we find that even in the Orthodox church today, this type of weird LXX is better, even though it's got tons of mistakes and problems. And the Orthodox church is the best. We rule, and it's quite an ugly thing when you run into someone who think they're better than you because of where they're born, just something they can't help. But I'm just born better, And I think evolution hasn't helped either, because usually it's people of dark skin are closer to monkeys, and people with light skin are more evolved. And so, it feeds into this. And, I know that there's a whole Black Lives Matter movement in the United States, but really most people don't think Black Lives Matter. Our closest neighbor here in Australia, we've had 500,000 Black people killed, and no one even cares, and no one even knows. And hardly anyone talks about it because they're Black. If they were blonde-haired, blue-eyed Swedish people, like even if 10 of them died in a mining accident, you would be shocked. There would be front page news. Donald Trump would be there putting his head in the photo and all the rest of it. But it's like no one cares because they're Black, and this is the thing. I understand people say, "Oh, Black Lives Matter is a communist movement," all the rest of it, but I've talked with people and I'm like, yeah, look, I agree. There is an agenda with the whole Black Lives Matter thing. But most people don't think Black lives really do matter. It's true. And we just got to admit it. If it's true, as you just admit it, it doesn't make you bad or good or whatever. It's just a fact, It's like saying most people care more about bald eagles than they do seagulls. It's like, well, of course, But anyway, that's a whole different issue. So when it comes to LXX, I think the LXX, the whole concept of it, LXX is wrong. And even some of the fabled stories, they were saying it was only the first 5 books of Moses. But then Justin Martyr, he said something about Isaiah, was it 7:14 with the Virgin? That was translated apparently earlier on. But what my take is that the early church just did an Old Testament because there were so many Greek-speaking people that got saved that they just went, we want the Old Testament. So they did that. And what happened over the years is they retroactively also, that they reverse engineered some of the readings. So they would have the New Testament and go, well, this is what Paul's written. Let's copy that from the New Testament and put it into the Old Testament edition that we're making. And so it looks like Jesus and the apostles quoted the Greek, but it's because it's verbatim. And when you look at the Hebrew, it's not verbatim. But see, the thing is, when you look at the Hebrew and it's not verbatim, that's more natural because no one does that. If I said to you, hey, explain the gospel to me, you'd say, well, the gospel is this and that, and you'd probably quote half of John 3:16. You'd probably quote, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. And unless you're verbatim quoting stuff, you would mishmash a lot of things, but it's still true. But this is how Paul talked. Paul would relate things to his audience, and he would use plural instead of singular because back then in the Hebrew it's singular. So he's bringing it to them, saying it's not just talking about Israel; it's actually talking about you, and it's not just talking about the descendants of Abraham. It's talking about Christ. So he makes something singular, and so that's more natural when you look at what happens. Or one of the best ways to prove this is just look at one of the Psalms has pretty much the whole section in Romans 3, where I think it's from Romans 3:10 down to Romans 3:23, where it says, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. And it starts off in Romans 3:10, and they've copied and pasted that into a Psalm. But when you read through that section in Romans 3, it's like a mishmash of everything saying that we're sinners, we've got poison under our tongues, none of us can do good, we're all got problems, and it's from everywhere in the Bible. And someone's just grabbed it and put it into a Psalm. So it proves that that's what they were doing in the Greek Old Testament Septuagint. So sometimes they're trying to fix the Old Testament with the New Testament. They copy and paste things into the wrong place. That's what happens with, was it Joseph leaning on top of his staff? They've copied that into the wrong chapter at the end of Genesis. John Owen brought this out. So it's not a King James only thing. Scholars back in the Reformation were recognizing this and saying, well, they've just tried to tidy up the Old Testament with the New. So copy and pasting things directly in. But so it looks like the Septuagint says that, and there is no the Septuagint. That there are it's a translation. So it's like saying, oh, one English version. Well, for us King James guys, we would just point to that. But it's like there's tons of English versions. Like which one are you talking about, sort of thing. So anyway, hopefully that helps. Bobby says, Paul Anker, do you suppose Jesus and the apostles had 39 books that they believed and used, but none of them ever named and listed the 39 books as God's holy eternal words? The only book I believe is the witness and testimony of Jesus, the New Testament, the Holy Spirit. Paul Anker says, if I understand you correctly, so these guys are just having a bit of a chinwag about that. Shall stand forever says, Jesus spoke about all being fulfilled. He surely wasn't referencing the unwritten New Testament scriptures when he spoke about that. Both old and new are inspired by God. And Paul Anker says, I believe the Masoretic text is a true representation of the divinely inspired writings given to the Jews. Shall stand forever says, and the King James represents the inspired Hebrew and Greek preserved text of Scripture and carries the inspiration through preservation. Yes, I agree. Shall stand forever. And James Sheffield is in the house. Okay, so put up on the comments. So we are going, if you've just joined this, we're going through TurretinFan's blog where he's talking about comma issues. So I've clicked on his thread where it just says Johannine Comma, and we're just reading through these latest articles. So the grammatical argument for the Johannine Comma. This is a response to Johannine Comma and Georgios Babiniotis by Nick Sayers, so that's me, as retrieved on April 27th, 2025. The article starts with the suggestion, vulgaris vindicated by leading Greek expert. That refers to an argument made by Eugenius Vulgaris, aka Eugenius Bulgaris, just a different way of spelling his name, that argues that the text of 1 John 5 contains a grammatical solecism that is avoided only if the Johannine Comma is included. And you can see the text there, which is okay. So that's on the Wayback Machine, and yeah, so I've got that article there. Let's keep reading. So Sayers begins, most critical text proponents don't even engage in the grammatical issues surrounding the Johannine Comma, and those who do, such as Barry Hofstadter or James White, only reveal that they are not adequately informed about the issue. This blog does address all sorts of arguments that others do not. So Sayers continues, in an email discussion with Professor Georgios Babiniotis a few months ago, I asked him about the validity of the claims of the legendary Greek professor Eugenius Vulgaris concerning the Johannine Comma. Those familiar with the grammatical arguments made by Vulgaris will be pleased to know that Babiniotis, who is probably one of the most important Greek linguists alive today, said that not only was Vulgaris correct to say that we need to keep the comma for grammatical reasons, and he also took it a step further by pointing out that verse 7 justifies verse 8 because of the syntactic parallelism of these two verses. And so then it gets back to TurretinFan. He says, one of the challenges with interacting with this argument is that we are not given the correspondence that Sayers provided to Babiniotis in order to understand what question was asked and how it was asked. We have to make certain assumptions, and that can lead to mistaken conclusions about what was meant by the answers that Sayers reports. Let me be clear, I'm not impugning Sayers' integrity in the least. I take for granted that Sayers is honestly and accurately reporting what Babiniotis said, and that if there is any error in such reporting, it is unincidental. That is, as it stands, the context we have is incomplete. Okay, so TurretinFan's just basically saying he doesn't have full context. Now, I might be able to grab that email that I have of Babiniotis. I did find it a month back, and I copied and pasted it into a notepad, and I don't know where I saved it. I hate that, but let's just try. What would I actually say there? maybe if I type in Eugenius, that would be a weird word to appear. Okay. Eugenius Vulgaris. Nope. And the thing is, his name is in Greek. It's Georgios Babiniotis. Maybe I need to grab his name and actually look up his website. If I asked anyone to spell his name in Greek, they would just be like, it's like, it starts with it. Here it is. Starts with like a mu and a p, and that's Babiniotis. That's amazing. So anyway, let me look for. I think it's just his last name. So I'll just see. If I can grab that. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think I found it. Okay. So here we go. For the first time in front of everyone, this is exactly what I wrote to Georgios Babiniotis. It is with great honor and respect that I am writing to you, knowing your great skill as a linguist, world-leading Greek expert. I hope you are safe and well in these trying times. So this is in the COVID time, 2020. I wrote this, so 6 years ago. My good friend and I have been looking at the writings of Eugenius Vulgaris and have been trying to work out some things he said about a verse that later appears in the old Antionides 1904-1912 Patriarchal Bible. So I'm sort of trying to relate it to him because he was the minister for religious affairs in Greece. So he would know about that Bible. That's a Bible that's well used. Although the synod admitted that the text had dropped out many of the historical Greek manuscripts, so I did talk about the textual criticism issues, that text has dropped out, they did place it in here. Okay, so I'm pretty clear about what's happened. And Vulgaris had written in 1780 that the grammar was greatly disputed without the inclusion of the words in verse 7. And then so my questions are, has there been an examination of this grammatical concept of Vulgaris that you know about? Also, what are your thoughts on what he says below? Do you think he is correct, or is there something us Anglo, English-speaking guys are missing? The issue is below. Thank you so much for your time, and I understand if you cannot reply to this, Nick says Australia. So I think, over the years I've been accused, and I'm not saying TurretinFan's doing this, but I know Hofstadter was like, we didn't read the whole correspondence, and in what setting is this? Did Nick Sayers explain all the manuscript evidence and all this? And it's like, I'm asking a linguist about grammatical issues. Why do I have to bring up all the textual issues? It's because people go, oh, textual issues, then they develop a presupposition, and then they look at everything suspiciously, where Babiniotis has just given an explanation in the as a leading Greek expert. So then basically underneath that, I've got a copy and paste of an English translation of the 1780 letter to Eugenius Vulgaris, where he talks about, that there's grammatical issues if we don't have verse 7, this type of thing. So I've also got links to this and links to Google Books, so he can have a good look. He's not being deceived or anything. This is showing exactly what the issue is. And then he writes back, okay, dear Mr. Sayers, I apologize that only now I can answer your kind letter about the New Testament passage discussed by Eugenius Vulgaris. Here is my opinion as a linguist, not as an expert in theology. So then he gives he attaches the Word document. And I think I've got to open it. Yeah, here we go. And it's exactly what I've shown people. I will not discuss the opinion of the really great theologist and scholar, yet not a linguist, Bishop Eugenius Vulgaris, as I do not know what conditions it was formulated. However, linguistically, and then he goes through that. So he's just written one page and explained exactly what I've written to people. So I think I think that would dispel the whole concept that I've been disingenuous, that I've sort of, hoodwinked him or just got him to say something, a bit of a gotcha sort of thing. No, I'm giving him the context. And then after that, I said, thank you so much for your reply. Our issue is when we are comparing Greek text grammatically and not really theologically. Sorry, our issue is we are comparing Greek text grammatically and not really theologically. We think the Greek of 1904 is grammatically correct, and then I've got it written there. However, the modern Bibles, 1993 below, have taken away much of verse 7, and so I've got that clearly crossed out, etc. And so it reads like this, like most modern text-critical Bibles would. In the 1993, is the 1993 edition grammatically incorrect? We think that the genders in the sentence don't match up and show that the crossed out words were original. Thus, Eugenius, who preferred the longer reading, said basically a false alteration which has crept into that place, that verse 8 which follows would not stand, even if verse 7 were to precede it. Number 2, some violence of language and through a most manifest grammatical solecism. And then number 3, that it is certainly a particular virtue of our language that masculine and feminine nouns in reference to ta pragmata are constructed with adjectives and pronouns expressed in the neuter gender is well known to all who are practiced in the language. But no one would say that conversely neuter nouns substantive are also indicated by masculine and feminine adjectives and pronouns, Nick says. And then I wrote in brackets, I understand that you're busy. And then he said, dear Mr. Sayers, I have given you my own linguistic explanation, which is to keep verse 5.7, which justifies verse 5.8. It is grammatically and mainly syntactic parallelism of these two verses. I'm like, thank you so much. And then I asked him some things about Sirach, and it's a different thing about Codex Sinaiticus. So we're looking at the deletion of these words in Codex Sinaiticus, and we're looking at Zosima's text. So some interesting stuff there. But clearly you can see I've just had a dialogue with this guy. He's given me his thoughts. I later on talked about, what did I talk about? Okay, I'll go back to, I think it's another, yeah. So later on, I asked him, and he said he was just too busy to continue on. So, and he didn't seem like this was worth answering. I said, hello again, Georgios Babiniotis. So this is like a year later. Is Nick Sayers from Australia again? And I said, your information was very helpful to us and gave us some great insight into the issue. Some of our Protestant brothers from America have been acting as if they know Greek better than native Greeks themselves. They have claimed that Vulgaris was incorrect, and thus your conclusions are also incorrect. Firstly, there is Barry Hofstetter, who has written an article attempting to debunk Eugenius Vulgaris a few years ago. I've got the link to the James Snap Jr. Article. When I showed him your conclusions, he doubled down and quickly dismissed them. Stephen Avery makes a comment on the same page that seems to totally discredit the claims of Mr. Hofstetter. So I've given him that link as well. Many young non-Greek-speaking people in America who rejected the comma are citing Hofstetter's articles and the so-called solecism grammar myth. So I'm telling him pretty much everything that went on after I've revealed his information. So I also have been accused of using Babiniotis's stuff and saying, well, he doesn't know that you're going around sharing this information everywhere. And it's like, I'm telling him directly, hey, we're using your material. Now, I did write a tiny bit of personal information at the bottom of that. So just about some Greeks that I know in Australia, because when you grow up in Melbourne, there's so many Greeks there. So, when I see the face of Georgios Babiniotis, he looks like half the guys I know in Melbourne who would run bookshops or who would, work in restaurants and stuff. And it's like, hey, I feel like I know this guy. And he's visited Melbourne quite a bit. So I also shared the James White video with Boyce, and right at the spot where I talked about Babiniotis and said, hey, world-leading expert Georgios Babiniotis said this. What do you think of that? And they gave their explanations, which they had no idea about. So I've been accused of, using his information, and he doesn't know that I'm spreading this stuff around, and all this sort of stuff. So I don't know why people have been so sus on this. It's been like, probably out of everything I've written, this has been like the most controversial thing. And it's like, it's not even controversial. I just asked a scholar, what's your opinion? But because he agreed with me, it's like, well, under what circumstances? And it's like, I'm not saying TurretinFan's doing this, but I have been pulled over the coals by Barry Hofstadter, pulled over the coals by lots of people on like the Facebook groups, New Testament textual criticism groups and all that. And they're like, well, we don't know the circumstances. Well, just read my emails. It's pretty basic. And why don't you just believe me? Am I known to be a liar? Am I just lying my pants off? Dear Mr. Sayers, thank you for your kind and detailed information. I'm not a theologian, so I do not want to go further with the discussion of the issue. What I thought on the matter from a linguistic point of view, I have already said, and I remain on my opinion. So he's saying, okay, thanks for the details, but really this is getting into theological debate. Yeah, and so, you got Barry Hofstadter, you got all these other guys, James Snap Jr., you got James White, and he's just like, look, I've given you my opinion, and that should sort of answer the question. See ya. And so I was like, yeah, cool, no worries. And, this is a busy guy. He's always on TV, and, he's still prolific in writing dictionaries, written 6 dictionaries, probably more now. So anyway, hopefully you guys can see there's no nefariousness there. There's no strangeness there. It's just, I've written a Babiniotis and just said, hey, what about this issue? And he was very clear about that. And then I told him all the ramifications of me spreading that stuff around. He didn't care. He just said, no, cool, I've given you my answer. That should be enough. See you later. And so that's fine. And so we talked about some other issues, about Sinaiticus, which, I don't really want to go down there at the moment. But that's it. So let's go back to here. Yeah, so that answers that issue of TurretinFan's sort of saying, Nick is honestly and accurately reporting what Babiniotis said. I just showed you all my email to him. Okay, so it says that as it stands, the context we have is incomplete. Well, I think the context is complete now. Sayers continued, Babiniotis is a Greek linguist and philologist who has written several books about Greek grammar, etymology, and other Greek-related topics. He is the former Minister of Education and Religious Affairs of Greece and previously served as rector of Athens University. As David Crystal is to the English-speaking people, so Georgios Babiniotis is to the Greek speaker. Here are some of the books that he has written here, and I've shown that link many times, but I'll show it one more time here. This is Babiniotis's website. I'll have a bit of coffee. And we'll go to English here. Okay, let's look at publications. Maybe language issues. So we can look at all of his dictionaries in a glance. That's pretty cool. So here's his dictionaries. I'm saying he's written like 6 dictionaries. It looks like he's written how many? Let's translate that into English. Dictionary of Modern Greek Language, 6th edition. On the Traces of Language. Dictionary of Proper Names. Our Language, 180 pages on the Greek language. The Greek alphabet. Modern School Grammar for Everyone. Dictionary of Derivatives and Compounds. Dictionary of Most Demanding Words in Modern Greek. Dictionary of Difficulties and Errors in the Use of Greek, 2nd edition. Dictionary of Synonyms and Antonyms, Etymological Dictionary, so I've got that one. Small Dictionary of Modern Greek Language, and then we'll go to the next page. And this is only a handful of what's available, and so definitely if you are into the Greek language, you'll love this. So, and then we have Concise Grammar of Modern Greek, Grammar of Modern Greek, Spelling Dictionary for School and Office. And notice the thing is, it's got his name at the front of all these. So it's not like I've just rang up some random. This is like leading world expert on the language, So theoretical linguistics, a brief history of the Greek language. Like when he was here in Australia, in Melbourne, he was talking about the Macedonian influence, ancient Macedonian influence on the Greek language. Like, so he knows all forms of Greek. Linguistics and literature, introduction to semantics, grammar of ancient Greek, historical grammar in ancient Greek. This guy knows his stuff, and he is on the comma side. So anyway, let's see what TurretinFan has to say. Let's just keep going through. Okay, so he's got all these. I'm not sure if these are just articles. Well, that looks like it's a book. I saw that written. It doesn't really translate well. I just saw a big swear word. That was pretty funny, actually, because I've just done a Google Translate into English, the whole website, and it's just got this big swear word there. It's like, that's pretty weird. But Babiniotis writes these things for Facebook. If you follow him, he has quite a lot to say. So anyway, I'll jump out of that. I could follow what this guy's doing forever. Like, he's just got some amazing stuff. Then I've written, you may know Babiniotis from his Greek dictionary, which is often simply called Babiniotis Dictionary. Okay, so TurretinFan writes, Professor Babiniotis is now 87 years old. Okay, so he is still prolific in his videos. He's like the Greeks just consider him as the legend, So I'll just jump onto Vicky Fless's site and see if he's still doing his programs on the Greek language. So Vicky Flesser. I'll just show you what I'm searching for here. So this is Vicky Flesser. And videos. So she's often just interviewing people. Yeah, this is a year. So it looks like it stopped about a year ago. So he would have been like, what, 86? So here he is. I don't want to get a copyright slap, so I'll just show you. And maybe I'll put it on a different speed. So I don't know if that helps. I'm just trying to not get copyright slap. So here he is. There's all these dictionaries. And like, this is a Greek TV program, and they have, question answers from the audience, like, or people who contact the station and say, hey, what about this word here? What about that word there. And he just talks about the intricacies of the Greek language, talks about grammar, talks about syntax, talks about everything to do with the language. And this is the guy I asked. So anyway, it wouldn't matter if he's, 87 years old. Check out what he's saying. So what a legend. Okay, so let's continue. This is TurretinFan. Professor Babiniotis is now 87 years old. His academic credentials seem to be that he has a bachelor's in philology from the University of Athens and subsequently served as a professor at the University of Athens. His political appointments are impressive. He is clearly very connected. I'm not sure what year Sayers contacted him. It was in 2020, but my impression is that it was 2021. No, I think it was 2020. I think I released that material in 2021. So anyway, yeah, I wrote back to him then, I'm pretty sure. I don't bring these things up to disparage Professor Babiniotis. In 2021, La Linguistique published an article by Babiniotis, Modern Greek Interpretive Lexicography from the 18th century to the present day. The article focuses on Greek dictionaries and suggests the possibility of a new and significant Greek dictionary in the near future. He certainly is a recognized scholar in the field of dictionaries, as Sayers has highlighted. Sayers continues, in May, he wrote the following and attached a Word document. Dear Mr. Sayers, I apologize that only now I can answer your kind letter about the New Testament passage as discussed by Eugenius Vulgaris. Here is my opinion as a linguist, not as an expert in theology. Georgios Babiniotis. So it says here, I don't know why Sayers includes ellipses. Yeah, I don't know why I did that either. Maybe I was saying it in a quotation, like this is what Georgios Babiniotis said. Maybe it's on my blog. Let's have a quick look. So this is the blog that I run, Johannine Comma. Yeah, I think because I'm writing, he wrote this. And so I guess that's just the easiest way that I could put that. He's written that, but then in the Word document, it's more concrete. So that was just what appeared in the email. So, yeah, I mean, that's just the way I've written it. It's probably a little bit sloppy. I assume that the meaning is that perhaps Sayers has omitted some of the material from the email for legitimate reasons like privacy or the like. There is, of course, nothing much to address in the email itself. I appreciate that Babiniotis is focused on his, I think it's supposed to has focused on his own linguistic skills as distinct from any theological skills. This may, however, pose a small problem for his analysis, as we shall see. Okay, so he's saying, okay, he won't be able to sort of work it out because he doesn't have the theological skills, even though he was the minister for religious education, so he would have known about biblical concepts. Sayers then offers the Word doc followed by the following text, which I understand to be the entirety of Babiniotis's comments. If there is anything missing, of course, that could alter the analysis of what is provided. Babiniotis begins, I will not discuss the opinion of the really great theologist and scholar, yet not a linguist, Bishop Eugenius Vulgaris, as I do not know on what conditions it was formulated. However, linguistically, though with another explanation, Eugenius Vulgaris is right to consider verse 5.7 to be obligatory for the existence of verse 8. So it's very interesting right there. So as I understand it, Babiniotis is saying that Vulgaris has reached the right conclusion, but not for the right linguistic reasons. Okay. Well, my take on it is that he has come to that conclusion, but what Babiniotis is is doing is he is adding something further, the syntactic parallelism. So let me just read through that again. Well, he says, I do not know what conditions it was formulated, because he was talking about a whole bunch of theological concepts and all the rest of it. Then he says, however, linguistically, though with another explanation, so I think it's more so not something completely detached from what Eugenius Vulgaris is saying, but it's actually through another explanation, through, yes, Vulgaris is correct, but here is something else to consider on top of that. So that's how I've read his information over the years. Eugenius Vulgaris is right to consider verse 5.7 obligatory for the existence of verse 5.8. So he's saying he doesn't know why he was saying this completely, because he hasn't read his whole work in context. And I'm pretty sure it's in Latin. So it's like, I gave him an English translation of it, and it's by a critical text guy, so I'm not sure how accurate it is, but I gave him links to some of the original documentation. However, linguistically, though with another explanation, not completely a different explanation in a sense of overriding, but just with an accompanying explanation, I would say, he's right to consider verse 5 obligatory for the existence of verse 7.8. So here he is, world-leading expert in Greek. He is saying exactly what we're saying. Verse 5.7 should be there because of 5.8 and the issue. So the thing is, what I would say to TurretinFan or any contras is you have to really read Eugenius Vulgaris to see what he said, because he makes the grammatical argument that was used by Nolan, that was used by a whole bunch of Textus Receptus, Johannine Comma defenders, and they were going back to Vulgaris and saying he said this. And so some people over the years have morphed and changed a tiny bit their understanding of what's going on there. But that's why I pointed him directly to a fellow Greek who also was like, he says he's not a linguist. Now, you're talking about the top linguist in Greece at the moment. So he's looking back at Eugenius Vulgaris and saying, okay, he's a priest. Yes, he knows his stuff. And really, Eugenius Vulgaris probably, like if you were to say Georgios Babiniotis was, in the top 10, like just say he's 9 out of 10 for how good a linguist can be, I would say Vulgaris is probably like a 7. Like he's right up there. And he did a lot of reforms to the Greek language. So he's also, so yeah, I guess it's like some of the King James translators looking back at Tyndale or something like that. And it's like, yeah, he's really good. But then it's like, look, but we sort of know a lot of this stuff. We actually know more than Tyndale. So Babiniotis is sort of saying, yeah, he's not a linguist in a sense where he's not up to the same level as Babiniotis. And, he's got a barrier to push in a sense where he does have a religious opinion. He has a church to defend. But at times this doesn't matter with certain people. They will just say what's true. But let's, I'm sort of rabbit trailing. Let's continue. So TurretinFan says, as I understand it, Babiniotis is saying Vulgaris has reached the right conclusion, but not for the right linguistic reasons. Babiniotis continues, what you are asking has two aspects, a theological and a linguistic one. I can only say my opinion on the linguistic aspect of the specific text within the frame of what is quite often used in regard to the Greek language and passages of the New Testament Greek. As I understand it, Babiniotis is being careful, so this is back to TurretinFan, in view of various changes to the Greek language over time, to couch his answer in terms of his understanding of New Testament Greek. His interpretation might be different if he were dealing with Attic Greek or modern Greek. Keep that in mind, of course. New Testament Greek is not Babiniotis's cultural area of study. So it's sort of like one of the reasons why I've constantly gone through Babiniotis and his linguistic abilities is because he's an expert in Greek. And when I say expert in Greek, yes, he's an expert in modern Greek, but that doesn't mean that you can't also be an expert in ancient Greek and Koine Greek and Byzantine era Greek. And like he knows, he's made etymological dictionaries. You can't but go back and dig into this material. Like I mean, when you're saying someone's written a dictionary, they haven't just done a word study on a few things. You know, like his stuff is accurate. It's well versed, well studied, and like I said, when he came to Melbourne, his speech was on the influence of ancient Macedonian on the Greek language. Like ancient Macedonian, like how many New Testament scholars could I say, hey, what do you think about ancient Macedonian? Could you do an hour-long speech on that? And he's probably written a book on it. And so this is the thing I can't understand. Like I know Barry Hofstadter did this immediately. As soon as I showed him Babiniotis, he was like, who's this guy? He said, does he know about the manuscript evidence? And I'm like, well, he's a grammarian, you know. But so anyway, it does seem to be, you know, the New Testament Greek is not Babiniotis's central area of study. But okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to go back to his website. Okay, so where are we? Nope, I lost that page completely. Oh, there we go. So let's just go back here. And we'll translate into English, sorry. The Babiniotis dictionaries. Now, I do have the etymological dictionary, but let's see if they've, well, this is the one that I've got. Let's just see some of the pages on there. And maybe we can see, I doubt, like, I don't think I know anyone in the academy, apart from people who actually are Greeks, who could even read this cover. Yeah, but anyway, let's continue. So I'll just grab the name of that, and maybe we can just jump into Amazon and look at some pictures of it, or maybe videos. Sorry, images. Not really helping. Okay. So, Greek lexicon. Yeah, I'm not sure whether they would just sell this on Amazon, or maybe I can type in Amazon, because they usually have a preview. Here we are. Oh, yeah, maybe I can find Georgios Babiniotis on Amazon, and it will lead me to some of his books. Okay. Maybe I can type in his name. Where would I find his name? In Greek. Okay. Can't can't see his name just clearly anywhere here. It's probably right in front of me. But anyway, so sorry about the dead air. I know I've just lost like 10 people from watching this, but that's just the way it is. Actually, maybe I should ask ChatGPT. Okay. Let's try that. Let's go to a new chat. How much of the Greek language would Georgios Babiniotis, Greek professor, know, especially Koine, maybe Attic, classical, and anything other than modern Greek. Okay. If you're referring to Georgios Babiniotis, he is widely regarded as one of the foremost authorities. So I'll show you what I've got here. I won't show you everything, but just, yeah, that worked out perfect. That's weird. So yeah, if you're referring to Georgios Babiniotis, he is widely regarded as one of the most foremost authorities on the Greek languages alive today. It would be difficult to find many scholars with a broader command of Greek across its historical development. Here's how his expertise would likely break down. Modern Greek, native speaker among the world's leading authorities. Koine Greek, expert level reading and linguistic analysis. Classical Attic Greek, expert. Extensive scholarly training and decades of research. Homeric, very high proficiency, capable of philological analysis. Hellenistic Greek, expert. Byzantine Greek, expert or near expert. Medieval Greek, very high proficiency. Ancient Greek dialect, strong scholarly competence. Mycenaean Greek, linear B, likely knowledgeable, although this is a specialized field, usually left to Mycenaean specialists. Koine Greek, Babiniotis's background is historical linguistics, not merely modern Greek grammar. That means he studies Greek as a language evolving continuously over roughly 3,500 years. Koine Greek is one of the central periods of that history. He would most certainly be able to read the New Testament without difficulty, explain grammatical constructions, trace words back to classical Greek, explain semantic shifts into Byzantine and modern Greek, discuss dialectal influences. Classical Greek, classical Attic is foundational for Greek linguistics. Someone of Babiniotis's stature has spent decades reading authors such as Plato, Aristotle, and these other guys who I won't embarrass myself and try and pronounce their name. These works form part of every advanced Greek philologist's education. Koine Greek versus New Testament specialist. One distinction is worth making. Babiniotis is not primarily a New Testament textual critic. Scholars like Bruce Metzger, A.L.M. Maurice Robinson specialize in manuscript editions and textual criticism. And I'm glad, because he would be poisoned with Can you imagine Bruce Metzger? He wouldn't be able to order a Souvlaki or a Gyros in Thessaloniki. I don't think Maurice Robinson would be able to either. But Babiniotis is questioned. This just does my head in. Okay, so Babiniotis is being questioned here. Why? Why isn't Bruce Metzger ever questioned? Why isn't Kurt Aland ever? What about Maurice? What about just anyone in the academy? Like, point anyone out. James White, point anyone out who's got anything to do with textual criticism. Like, they wouldn't even be able to order a sandwich at a local Greek shop or a coffee in Greek and have a bit of chit chat. With this guy is like the leading scholar, but it's still questioned. There's still a dark question mark. Like, I'm not sure about this guy. He's obviously not as good as in the New Testament as he is with these other things. It's like, yeah, but he's the goat. He's the main guy. Anyway. Babiniotis specializes in historical linguistics, etymology, lexicography, grammar, semantics, language history. So while he is exceptionally qualified to explain what Greek construction means, he's not primarily known for deciding which manuscript reading is original. So he hasn't been indoctrinated in the Westcott and Hort theory. Would he know the Greek of 1 John 5:7? Absolutely. We would have no difficulty analyzing questions such as article usage. So obviously ChatGPT is picking up on the fact that I'm often searching for 1 John 5:7 issues. Just want to make that clear that it didn't just say this. It's not neutral. It does make a profile that I'm looking for stuff. He would have absolutely no difficulty in analyzing questions such as article usage, predicate nouns, participles, agreement syntax, historical vocabulary, whether a construction is natural Koine Greek, whether he has published specifically on the Johannine Comma is a separate question. Overall assessment, if you rank scholars purely on a knowledge of Greek itself, modern Greek, 10 out of 10. Historical Greek, 10 out of 10. Koine grammar, 10 out of 10. Classical Greek, 10 out of 10. Greek etymology, 10 out of 10. Lexicography, 10 out of 10. New Testament textual criticism, not his primary field, it's good. It's a neutral voice. He's not a TR guy. He's not a critical text guy, though he possesses the linguistic competence to analyze the Greek text. In other words, Babiniotis is among the world-leading linguists in Greek, whereas leading New Testament textual critics are specialists in the history and transmission of the biblical text. Those are overlapping but distinct areas of expertise. So, I seriously don't think anyone could get around that. That is a huge bit of information there. I've just got to try and separate these two pages. I don't know why it's doubled them up, but it was good for that. But I hate it when my computer does stuff that I don't really ask it to do. Now it's got 2 pages stuck together. As you can see, it's like, how do you, oh, there you go. You have to shut the page down. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's get back to TurretinFan's. So I'll just read that context again. So TurretinFan's says, as I understand it, Babiniotis has been careful in view of various changes to the Greek language over time to couch his answer in terms of his understanding of New Testament Greek. His interpretation might be different if he were dealing with Attic Greek or modern Greek. Keep in mind that, of course, New Testament Greek is not Babiniotis's central area of study. It's just everything in Greek. So it's like 10 out of 10 with everything. So just because you're 10 out of 10 in ancient Greek or modern Greek, it doesn't disqualify you from being 10 out of 10 in other Greek. And the thing is, too, a lot of those myths have been dispelled even by the video by the, Stephen Edison did that video where he went to Greek-speaking, I think it was Crete. Was he in Crete? I think he was. And he went around just using the Textus Receptus and reading it to people. And they were saying it's pretty much the difference between like a King James and language today. Like, they could still read it. And So it's not like it just went from, ancient Greek to Chinese to Japanese to Swahili, and like the morphology and syntax of the Greek language hasn't changed that much over the years. It has changed, but not a huge amount in the last 2,000 years specifically. And so I think I've sort of dispelled that myth of him not really knowing the ancient languages. And I would just encourage people just to go through and look at maybe, okay, that's interesting. Just on his own website, I just clicked onto the link, and he's invited on programs. Yeah, just a whole bunch of YouTube material, milestones in the history of Greek language, 5,500 difficulties and errors in the use of Greek language. That's a lot. Power of Greek as the mother tongue. If you've ever met a Greek person and they're very passionate about language, I remember I used to visit this old guy, and he used to just tell me all about the Greek language, and they're very, very, I want to say prideful, but prideful in a good way. Very, very much patriotic about the Greek language, and saying it is the mother of all modern languages. You'll say an English word, and they'll say that's related to the Greek word, which comes from this and that. And it's like, wow, they just become experts on etymology in all types of languages. And it's true, a lot of words come down to Greek. So Bobby says, shall stand forever, the King James represents the inspired Greek preserved text of the New Testament. Shall stand forever, says Bobby. Without going off topic, I'm not sure why you deny the Old Testament scriptures. Okay, that's interesting. And so, yeah, I think I've put that issue to bed about him not really knowing things properly. It's like, and I've spent so much time on that. It sort of boggles my mind. It's like going to, just say we were talking about sports science, and I went to, Tiger Woods, and said, okay, well, Tiger Woods, what's the best diet for your type of sport? And he just shared some stuff with me, and it's like, is he a nutritionalist? Does he have an academic degree from the some sort of scientific sports institute in Europe, or and it's like, look, he's the world leading expert. Like, he knows. Half the people he's hanging around are talking about this sort of stuff. He's got people who are training him and showing him stuff, and so I'm just amazed, I guess, at how people just want to put a little bit of they want to put their leg in the door there and say he's not an expert in New Testament. But the thing is, the people who are accusing him of this can't even speak the basics of Greek. It sort of amazes me, Like let's just put ourselves way out of the English, world that we live in, and imagine someone rang you up and said hello, in a full Indian accent, and just said, I want to teach kids English to you. And you're like, you want to teach my kids English? Yes, very cheap, for free. I'll do for experience. And it's like, even if they were Chinese or Indian or whatever, you would think this person doesn't really know the language. But seriously, their level is probably 100 times better than what most people who I interact with regularly, how they know Greek. Like, seriously, that type of level is way more superior in knowing English, from whether it's Chinese or Indian or whatever, than most textual critics who are saying that they know Greek. Like, say, James White, Dan Wallace, and others. Now, Dan Wallace might know a bit more because he's done the basics of Greek, but apparently he forgot it. He got a brain disease or something, forgot it, and had to relearn it. And it was like, okay, that's interesting. So here we go. Babiniotis says, The use of the masculine gender and not neuter on 5.8, and then he has here kai tres esin oi maturantes en tege to pneuma kai to uda kai to ama kai o tres ice to en esin is linguistically justified on the pattern of syntactic parallelism, that is, on the ground that it makes a pattern completely the same, parallel in structure with that of 5.7. And then it has here o tres esin oi maturantes en tu uranu o pata o logos kai tu agion pneuma kai utoi, oi tres en esi. Presumably, back to TurretinFan, Babiniotis means that each word of the three words, tres, oi maturantes in verse 8, is masculine because of the parallel to tres, oi maturantes in verse 7, where each of those is masculine. To be more specific, though, the issue is really about the word maturantes. If that were something other than masculine, both the number and article would surely follow. It is easy to see the parallelism, but how does Professor Babiniotis explain the justification? And so I think this is the thing. Like, from my perspective, Eugenius Vulgaris 1780 is like, look, you can't really have verse 7 saying what it says verse 8 saying what it says unless you have verse 7 there. So to me, this is anyone who's an expert in Greek saw this. Like Erasmus noted that there were issues in the language. So they saw that there's a solecism there. Anyone who's an expert in Greek knows there's a solecism there. So they're coming to this text going, there's a problem, there's been a deletion. Erasmus is like, that's why he's looking for this issue. He's trying to solve this issue. Someone like Stunica, they would have tried to solve this issue as well. But anyone who was an expert in Greek at that time knew there was a problem there. And then it's solved by the inclusion of the Father, Word, Spirit, and the Comma Johannine. So someone like Eugenius Vulgaris saw that as well and explained it. English-speaking people, they've used Vulgaris's information and talked about it. But someone like Babiniotis, he just sees this and goes, yeah, there is a solecism there. He's agreeing that there's a solecism. But then he's saying that there's a parallel there as well. And so there's not only a solecism, and he's saying Eugenius Vulgaris, because he said that earlier. I'll just jump up a bit earlier. He says here, I will not discuss the opinion of the really great theologist and scholar, yet not a linguist, Bishop Eugenius Vulgaris, as I do not know under what conditions they were formulated. However, linguistically, though with another explanation, Eugenius Vulgaris is right to consider 5.7 obligatory for the existence of 5.8. So it's like he's saying, you have to have verse 7 there to explain the changes in verse 8. World-leading experts saying this, that Vulgaris is correct. So this is the thing. It's not so much that it's just the syntactic parallelism that is the convincer, but it's that, that there is this grammatical issue, but something even stronger is that these marry in. It's not just, okay, that's correct that, yes, you have to have verse 7 there to justify verse 8. So he's saying that. Babiniotis has said that. Other people have mentioned this. But he's going, but on top of that, if you do put them side by side, this is a syntactic parallelism. And it's like, I guess, coming from someone who knows Greek this well and explaining it to us who don't know Greek, who can sort of fudge our way through, a dictionary here and there. I guess putting myself into his shoes, he's trying to explain the intricacies of the Greek language. And explaining that these are two parallel verses that go together. And it's an interesting thing when you look at, now I'll just jump onto my website here, because I do have an interesting little picture. I'll try and relate this. Hopefully I can. Under my Johannine Comma article, which is different to my 1 John 5:7 article. Okay, so I have I'll open both of these because I can't remember exactly which one is which. So we've got the design. Yeah, so this is the syntactic parallelism, where this is what Babiniotis is seeing. He's seeing this type of interesting thing. Now, oh yeah, I've put it in red, the words that it's disputed. So that doesn't really help us that much, but I for some reason I did that. Now, so you see the Oti, so this is the 2 verses, the Oti, the 4, and that goes back to verse 6. It's like a because. And then we have 4. There are 3 that bear witness. Sorry, these 3 are 1, is there. And down the bottom, it's these 3 agree in 1. But then it has they're bearing witness. Here it's in heaven, here it's in earth, Father, Word, Spirit, then we have Spirit, Water, Blood. So this is the type of syntactic parallelism that he's seeing. He's saying that this is the construction. So he's not saying, like, I guess it's like looking at a building that has, like here in Australia, we call them a duplex, where you got like one house, but it's cut in the middle. And so it looks like one house, but you might have 2 driveways. And so it's just called a duplex. You know? So he's like, if you were to look at the building that's existing in these Greek manuscripts, you would say, well, hang on, there's evidence that there was another building here. And then if you've got pipes coming in through the wall and stuff, it's like, well, obviously they both shared these pipes. And so that's something that people have been pointing out. But he's saying something that's sort of more advanced, over the top, an overarching theme above everything. And he's saying, okay, it is obligatory to have this other building there, or to have this other verse there. Let's just say that it's already there. Everything is matching. That's the point that he's bringing across. It's a syntactic parallelism. And so what I might do as well, I might actually get my article, throw it into ChatGPT and see what it says about it. That would be an interesting thing to do. But I think what we're seeing is, if he's going, okay, it's obligatory to have this verse there. So he's building that second part of the duplex there, and he's putting it there and saying, okay, not only does the roof match up, but the windows match up, the driveway matches, it's all matching up here. And over everything, it's like a stronger argument that it's not just enough just to get through and scrape through and go, okay, now verse 8 it's justified, but it's actually a perfect syntactic match, which is huge. Like it's like a Fibonacci sort of sequence. It matches, it all adds up. And so, yeah, anyway, I think you get the point of what I'm saying. And looking at this type of diagram, you can see all these patterns are in both the verses. You have the witnesses in heaven, then you have the witnesses on earth. You have these 3 are 1, you have these 3 agree in 1, you have Father, Word, Spirit, then you have Spirit, Water, Blood. And he's saying that this is a syntactic parallelism, which already you need verse 7 to justify verse 8. That just goes without saying almost. But this is something that if you do have verse 7 there, this is the type of pattern that it makes, which is so intricate and so similar that it's like, to make this type of similarity, it's, I'm just trying to think of something. Yeah, it's like having, yeah, probably the best example is that house, you know, the duplex, having one side's been demolished. But it's like, you know, if you actually just redraw that in, it's, everything is matching. And it's like, how do you do that in the land? How do you do that with just scribes who are just trying to scratch something in there? But this is an overarching theme. Anyway, I'm trying to describe something that's pretty technical. And that's why I went to the world-leading Greek expert to get his point of view on it. And I'm glad I did. Okay, so let's go back down. So it was the end of the Word doc. That's where I got to. So it says here, style over syntax seems to be Babiniotis's point. Following the gender agreement rule, in which case witness would be neuter instead of masculine, would damage the style of providing a syntactic parallel between the 3 heavenly witnesses and 3 earthly witnesses. I must admit that even after puzzling over it for a while, it is unclear what Babiniotis means by saying eliminate verse 5-7. Okay, so conclusion. So this, I'm just reading back over this. Conclusion. The issue we refer to has more to do with the linguistic style of the passage. It is a result of a stylistic selection, which is far beyond the usage of a grammatical syntactical rule. So it's not saying it's overriding it, but it's this is still a truth, this grammatical rule, and it still justifies that you need 5-7. It's obligatory to have it, but it is just talking about that the overall structure of everything is it's a syntactic parallelism that how do you explain that happening, and then fixing the grammatical issue. It's like an impossibility. That would lead to neuter gender, and which furthermore would eliminate verse 5-7. Okay, so I think TurretinFan's got an interesting point there. He says, which would lead to neuter gender. It's just far beyond the usage of a grammatical syntactic rule that would lead to neuter gender, and would furthermore would eliminate verse 5-7. Okay. So anyway, I'll just keep reading. Hopefully, maybe TurretinFan, because he brought that up, he talks a little bit about it. Style over syntax seems to be Babiniotis's point. Following the gender agreement rule, in which case witnesses would be neuter instead of masculine, would damage the style of providing a syntactic parallel between the 3 heavenly witnesses and 3 earthly witnesses. I must admit that even after puzzling over it for a while, it is unclear what Babiniotis means by saying eliminate verse 5-7. We don't know because Sayers hasn't told us, but presumably Sayers has some unanswered questions as well. He adds, George later said in an email, I have given you my own linguistic explanation, which is to keep verse 5-7, which justifies verse 5-8. It is grammatical and mainly syntactic parallelism of these 2 verses. So unfortunately, we do not even get 2 full sentences of the explanation offered by Professor Babiniotis. I'm not even sure that the first part of the quotation is a full sentence. Moreover, at least as to what he means by eliminate verse 7, the meaning is not at all clear. Okay. Okay, so we'll just keep reading through this. All that said, there is no need to agree or disagree with Babiniotis as to things he did not say clearly. As to what he said clearly, it seems Babiniotis does not agree with or accept Vulgaris's linguistic argument, only the conclusion. I don't think that at all. I think he accepts the argument, but he is saying, because it comes down to this reading here, where he says, I will not just discuss the opinion of the theological things under which it was formulated. He says, however, linguistically, though with another explanation. So just another explanation doesn't mean he's overriding. And he says here, he is correct. For verse 7 is obligatory for the existence of verse 8. So he says that he's correct there. So I don't understand how TurretinFan can say he does not agree with or accept Vulgaris's linguistic argument, only the conclusion. It's like, well, I think it doesn't say that he's not accepting it. He's saying that he doesn't want to discuss the theology behind it. Because if you, I would encourage TurretinFan to read what Eugenius Vulgaris said himself in 1780. And he's talking about certain people saying certain things about the solecism there. And it does get theological. So it starts off linguistic and then it gets theological. And it's like, okay, well, you sort of have to know the background of that and probably read a lot of that stuff in context. And we're talking about a Greek book that's like, a Latin book is probably a few hundred pages long. So there's lots and lots of things in it. But I would say he agrees with the conclusion and he's agreeing with his argument. I don't see where he's disagreeing with that. He just has an overarching picture of this. So he's looking at the complete puzzle finished and discussing that how there's this syntactic parallelism there. It's not just just the argument of justifying the existence of verse 7. That's already been done. He's talking about once the picture is finished, look, it creates this whole thing. It's like a Fibonacci thing. How did you do that? Sort of thing. It's got this pattern in it. That's as a Greek linguist, he can see that is remarkable. So number 2, Babiniotis thinks that the syntactic parallelism with verse 7 is an adequate explanation for verse 8 having the masculine gender, notwithstanding that it violates the gender agreement rule. Okay, so he's saying okay, I'll just keep reading because he might explain it. Babiniotis thinks that verse 7 needs to be present in order to justify verse 8 on grounds of syntactic parallelism. Okay. I do not think that my analysis of Babiniotis is unfair or in the least controversial. I don't think it requires taking a low view of Babiniotis's linguistic abilities, credentials, acumen, or intelligence to conclude that his analysis can be boiled down to these 3 salient aspects. Before providing my response, let's see what else Sayers offers. So I hereby challenge those of the Anglo-Sanhedrin who desire to delete the comma, such as James White, Dan Wallace, Barry Hofstadter, James Snap Jr., Stephen Boyce, Bill Brown, Bart Ehrman, Elijah Hickson, etc., to refute the claims of this top Greek linguist, who has basically just confirmed that the Greek grammatical argumentation that myself, Nick Sayers, Stephen Avery, Will Kinney, Edward Hill, Jack Mormon, and many others of the Textus Receptus King James Version people hold to is not only correct, but that the comma is also linguistically justified on the pattern of syntactic parallelism. So I think that's a very good summary there. I'm talking about 2 things that we have been justified in saying that you need verse 7 to have verse 8 there. It's obligatory. He clearly said that. But then he's offered another explanation of the syntactic parallelism there that we've been examining and looking into. Okay, so he says, I don't think that Sayers has correctly understood Babiniotis. If he thinks that Babiniotis is endorsing anyone else's Greek grammatical argumentation, Okay, well, he says he agrees with Eugenius Vulgaris. Anyway, well, let's continue. Then again, I don't have access to the additional documentation that presumably Sayers himself has. Suffice that in the release material, that is not what Babiniotis said in the published correspondence. So I'm not sure why we just keep going back to that whole thing of sort of like I'm not giving all the information. It's pretty clear. I've contacted him, sent him information about Eugenius Vulgaris, and he's agreed with him, but then offered this syntactic parallelism issue as an overarching theme that he says and thinks that it's an even stronger evidence for the inclusion of 5.7. The bigger issue, however, is what was not considered by Babiniotis, but what was not considered by Babiniotis. But what was not considered by Babiniotis is there is another justification for the use of the masculine gender in 1 John 5:8, even without the justification, or is there another justification for the use of masculine gender in 1 John 5:8, even without the justification of syntactic parallelism? In other words, the big question is why John would refer to the three witnesses being the masculine gender and not using the neuter, even in the absence of 1 John 5:7. There is a better explanation for why John, so here we have TurretinFan trying to explain away Babiniotis, who's not a TR guy, he's not a critical text guy, he's just a linguist, a world-leading grammarian. There is a better explanation for why John referred to the three witnesses using the masculine gender. Although the nouns themselves are not masculine, they are being anthropomorphized, I know I said that wrong, as witnesses. An alternative explanation is that although the nouns themselves are not masculine, they are to be understood analogically as referring to three persons of the Trinity. Unfortunately, there is no evidence of Babiniotis considering these alternative explanations for the violation of the gender agreement rule. Had Babiniotis done so, perhaps he would simply agree that these considerations may likewise trump the gender agreement rule. It's anyway, I'm sort of a bit flabbergasted that he's coming against a world-leading expert, The most likely explanation is that John means to evoke the three witnesses rule in the Mosaic law, which both Jesus and Paul reference. Deuteronomy 7:6, at the mouth of two witnesses or three witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death, but at the mouth of one witness he shall not be put to death. Deuteronomy 19:15, one witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity or for any sin in any sin that he sinneth. At the mouth of two witnesses or at the mouth of three witnesses shall the matter be established. Matthew 18:16, but if he will not hear thee, then take with thee one or two more, that in the mouth of two or three witnesses every word may be established. 2 Corinthians 13:1, this is the third time I am coming to you. In the mouth of two or three witnesses shall every word be established. 1 Timothy 5:19, against an elder receive not an accusation, but before two or three witnesses. Hebrews 10:28, he that despised Moses' law died without mercy under two or three witnesses. Okay, so let's continue reading TurretinFan's material. Assuming that this is indeed John's intent, then the use of the masculine as consistent with treating these witnesses as people. Okay, so he says here, assuming this is indeed John's intent, then the use of the masculine as consistent with treating these witnesses as people, there is also probable precedent for doing something similar in Psalm 8937, Septuagint number 8838, Kai us en Selene, and he's got all the Greek written out there, which I won't torture you with. In this place, witness, matus, is masculine, whereas moon, Selene, is feminine. One might argue, however, that the antecedent reference, witness, is making here should be taken as throne, thronos, which is masculine. There are at least two other cases of impersonal witnesses being referenced in the Septuagint, where there is a gender agreement mismatch between the witness and the world that the witness describes. Septuagint Joshua 22:32 provides the first example of a non-personal witness, and it's got the Greek there. Note that altar, bomo, it's just got a noon there. I guess that could be one word. Bomon, it's just got a gap there. Is masculine, but the witness, materion, is neuter. Septuagint Joshua 24:27 provides a second example of a non-personal witness, and he's got the Greek there, and it says, note that stone lithos. Lithos, where have I seen lithos before? I think it's in Matthew 2, where it's the three wise, or the wise men gave three gifts: gold, frankincense, and myrrh. I think it's lithos there. Anyway, but the masculine witness is neuter. Okay, so note about the content. The content of this article, or at least in part, is appeared previously on my YouTube channel here. The video may contain some additional content not captured in this post, and of course vice versa. Timothy Decker has posted a very interesting item on the same subject, which can be found here. I don't think Timothy Decker dealt with any of the grammatical issues that were brought up by Babiniotis. He did talk about, I think it was Darby, Pappas, and Darby, but sort of avoided the whole thing that was really rooted in Eugenius Vulgaris. So I've done a whole video on that as well. So at the end of the day, or what I'll do, I'll get my article on Babiniotis. I might shut all that down. That's all Babiniotis's, how good he is and all the rest of it, and his many dictionaries that he's written. And I'm going to just quickly grab my article. So JohannineComma.com. I'll throw that into the mix, and I'll put it into ChatGPT. Now, copy. So that was put into that blog spot September 16, 2020, just for reference there. Now let's jump into this. So now here is my article on here is my article. And I'll put that there. And then here is TurretinFan's article. I'll grab all that. Go. Paste that. Okay, so explain to me the issue or the issues, and what am I seeing that is unclear. What is TurretinFan, seeing that is unclear, and what is your conclusion? Okay, let's see what ChatGPT says. Maybe it'll say I'm a King James only devil or something. Okay, so I might be able to squeeze this in again here. Okay, yeah, it did that quite well. After reading both your article and TurretinFan's response, I think the disagreement is actually much narrower than either side presents. Here's how I see it. What you think Babiniotis proved. Your article argues something like Bulgaris argue that verse 8 is grammatically dependent upon verse 7. Babiniotis, one of the world-leading Greek experts, agrees. Therefore, the masculine grammar in verse 8 is explained by verse 7. Therefore, the grammatical evidence supports the authenticity of the Johannine Comma. That is how I've presented it. What TurretinFan thinks Babiniotis actually said. TurretinFan accepts almost everything until the last step. He summarizes Babiniotis as saying, Bulgaris reached the right conclusion, but not for the same linguistic reason. Verse 8 is explained by syntactic parallelism with verse 7. Parallelism overrides the ordinary gender agreement. Notice something important. TurretinFan does not actually disagree with Babiniotis' linguistic observation. Instead, he says, fine, but it doesn't prove verse 7 is original. So that is a different objection. Okay, so I'm not saying ChatGPT here is right, because it can favor me, and it tends to do that type of thing. But this is what it's saying. Okay. Where you and TurretinFan talk past each other, this is the biggest issue I see. You are arguing, why does verse 8 have masculine participles? Babiniotis answers, because verse 8 is intentionally patterned after verse 7. TurretinFan instead asks, but suppose verse 7 wasn't original, could there be another explanation? Those are two different questions. Babiniotis answers A, TurretinFan asks question B. And that's a pretty good summary, because TurretinFan, like, obviously he doesn't think the verse is genuine, so he's looking for other reasons why that there is a gender change there. Where I'm more so going, okay, well, this guy has agreed with me that it should be there. Verse 7 should be there for verse 8. And then he's talking about a larger picture there. So, but yeah, let's continue. And the thing is too, the question that I've asked him is about Eugenius Vulgaris and what he thought of it. So maybe what I'll quickly do is read through Eugenius Vulgaris's material, and we'll see what he said. Because, but I'll do that after this ChatGPT stuff, because then he's read through it and gone, okay, and he's answering to that. So he's not thinking, like, he's talking to me saying, yes, you should have the verse in there. It shouldn't be omitted. Now, I can't remember if I've actually said to him that I think the verse is genuine or not. I can't remember. Like, I just read through the email, but I can't just recall off the top of my head whether I actually just said that. I know later on I did, but maybe he was thinking that I want to omit it. But anyway, let's continue. Why TurretinFan says the correspondence is unclear. This is actually fair criticism. He repeatedly says we do not know exactly what Nick asked Babiniotis. He's right. For example, did you ask, does the masculine prove the comma is original? Or did you ask, how do you explain the masculine in verse 7 is present? Those are very different questions. Without seeing your original email, the reader cannot know precisely what Babiniotis is responding to. Like, I would say, because I've shared the email, I've shared, like, the question was about Eugenius Vulgaris. And so if you just read, like, pretty much it's just, if you read Eugenius Vulgaris, then you read what I've sent to Babiniotis, you're not missing anything. But I can understand people having that in the back of their mind. But I'm just like, okay, well, I can even send you the emails. Like, it was just on the screen. So anyway, it doesn't mean Babiniotis was wrong. It means the scope under this answer is uncertain. The phrase that causes confusion, the sentence verse 7 is obligatory for verse 8. What exactly does obligatory mean? Possible meanings include interpretation 1. The text consists of verse 7 and 8 together. Then verse 8 is explained by verse 7. This is a linguistic observation. Observation 2. Since verse 8 exists, verse 7 must be original. That is a textual critical conclusion. Babiniotis never explicitly says the second. He certainly says the first. TurretinFan notices this distinction. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out what that exact distinction would be. So verse 7 is obligatory for verse 8. So obligatory. Okay, so we have verse 7 and 8 together. Verse 8 is explained by verse 7. Yes. That would be if he is having verse 7 there originally. And he is also, he's basically said that you need that there. Interpretation 2, since verse 8 exists, verse 7 must be original. Okay. That's a text critical conclusion. So that comes down to, looking at manuscripts, whether, Erasmus was pressured, all this sort of stuff. And it came into the Latin through, Cyprian someone put it in the margin, someone put word there instead, and then they pressured people to sort of put it in, and they just made it into a Bible verse. So that whole story's got to be believed. So Babiniotis says the first because he's coming from a neutral perspective as a grammarian and not a text critic. And so TurretinFan notices the distinction, and I would say yes, that's a fair evaluation. People like Bruce Metzger, people like James White and Bart Ehrman and others, they are only really seeing it from that perspective, where we're saying, well, what about the grammatical issues? And most of the time that is getting swept under the rug. So ChatGPT says, where I think TurretinFan is fair, I think he's fair on 3 points. 1, he does not attack Babiniotis's credentials. He repeatedly praises Babiniotis's scholarship. That's accurate. I sort of found that he did, though. He was questioning it in a sense of, like, he's not a New Testament scholar. But see, the thing is to, like, say, for example, like someone like David Crystal. Okay, he's an expert in the English language. He's obsessed with the King James Version. But I wouldn't say he's a scholar, like a New Testament scholar. But I would say he is an expert in the English language. And he could point out things in the English Bible that most people couldn't. And so, and that's where I was like, he got sort of 10 out of 10 for absolutely everything. Where TurretinFan sort of made out, it doesn't matter whether he gets 10 out of 10 in modern or ancient or whatever. When it comes to New Testament, he doesn't know his stuff. But there's a difference between being a textual critic and knowing, the rationalistic school of textual criticism that's come about in the last, 250 years. Like we're looking at specifically at the grammatical issues here, not the art form of having a whole bunch of stories that sort of get rid of the comma. So TurretinFan recognizes Babiniotis's, he disagrees with Vulgaris's reading. Babiniotis literally says, though with another explanation. So TurretinFan is correct here. Well, I didn't read it that way, but, like I said, ChatGPT could be coming against me in this, but that's fine. That's why I'm putting it up here and in front of everyone. Number 3, he says the original correspondence is incomplete. Again, it's true. If the original emails were published, many ambiguities would disappear. Okay, so let me just go through that. So this is, ChatGPT is just saying there's 3 points here. He doesn't attack Babiniotis' credentials. I think I had to go through and sort of defend Babiniotis and go, well, he does know Greek, New Testament Greek, he does know that stuff. Now, regardless of whether you know or are a New Testament scholar, I would think that someone in Babiniotis' position would probably be more understanding of the Greek than most people who just fudge their way through, looking at similarities between Greek words of the Septuagint and New Testament and all the other stuff. Someone like I said, of David Crystal, like he would be able to go through the King James and point out things grammatically that someone who's a theologian, they would miss, So anyway, I don't think it's accurate. He recognizes Babiniotis disagrees with Vulgaris's reading. And I would say, though with another explanation, because what you got to understand too is Babiniotis is a Greek speaker. It doesn't mean that he is, like he obviously can correspond on an academic level in English. So he knows more than just the Greek language. But so he's pointing out here, though, with another explanation. But when you read it in context, it's clearly saying he does agree with Eugenes Vulgaris, but he has another explanation, which is the syntactic parallelism. Not that, let's get rid of the whole grammatical argument. And, we've just got this new thing, this syntactic parallelism. You don't have to worry about the other thing. But then later on, he says, this is a stronger argument than the other one. He's saying you can use both arguments, but this one's stronger, according to him, who's an expert in linguistics. So we mightn't even be able to see what he's seeing. It's like going to an engineer and saying, oh, this column here is holding up the roof. And he's like, actually, this column, yes, it's holding up the roof, but there's 4 other columns that are hidden in the walls that are holding up the roof as well. And they're actually stronger. And it's like, oh, well, I didn't know that, but you're the engineer, And so, ChatGPT saying TurretinFan's correct here. I think, just on examination, if you go back through the video that I'm making here, you can see that I would completely disagree with that. He says the original correspondence is incomplete. I would say that comes down to, I've explained this. How many times have I explained this? I've explained it. As soon as I put it to James Snap Jr. and Barry Hofstadter, they were saying the same thing. And so I was saying, so that's why when I put it on my blog spot, I put okay, in this email, he said this. This is his complete correspondence in the Word document. And I put it in quotes. Here he is saying this in the email. And then in a follow-up email, he said this. I've put so much information there that it's like, it's just gotten to the point where it's almost ridiculous. People should be able to tell what the context is, how much I've asked, and all the rest of it. But in this video, I've put all the emails up there for everyone to read, everyone to see. Do you think there's anything nefarious about that? Or are people just looking for something else to fight over instead of just dealing with what he's actually saying? So where I think TurretinFan's weaker, this is where I think his critique is less convincing. He proposes another explanation. John simply personifies spirit, water, and blood as a witness, or John is thinking of the Mosaic law concerning witnesses. Therefore, masculine participles are acceptable even without verse 7. The problem is that these are alternative hypotheses or hypotheses. Babiniotis was not asked list every possible explanation. He was asked whether the construction is linguistically justified. He answered yes through syntactic parallelism. TurretinFan then says, but there are other explanations. That doesn't refute Babiniotis. It merely competes with him. So that's a very interesting point. And I guess that's the thing. Like we could point out what was not asked and all the rest of it. And I guess, there's nothing stopping any critical text person from saying, hey, Georgios Babiniotis, this is what I think. Here's a good excuse. But I'm pretty sure all of what TurretinFan is saying here is mentioned in Eugenius Vulgaris. And maybe that's why I'm getting so frustrated with it, because it doesn't seem like TurretinFan is understanding the background of what Eugenius Vulgaris said. So maybe I'll put that into ChatGPT as well. But it says here, what I think is actually the strongest point in your favor. This sentence, the overruling schema of syntactic parallelism, this is significant. Babiniotis is saying the masculine is not an accidental irregularity. It is an intentional stylistic construction that is stronger than merely saying Greek sometimes ignores gender. He is saying that there is a positive linguistic motivation that is an important distinction. And that's what I find is, it seems more like he's seeing that the verse is completely genuine, and he's saying it creates this type of picture, which you usually just wouldn't get, So, if it was just sort of something that was just mishmashed together or back translated from the Latin sort of thing, then it wouldn't create this type of brilliant picture that we're seeing. So. But here's the weakness of my article. I think this sentence overstates the case. Babiniotis basically just confirmed what Greek grammatical argumentation that myself, Stephen Avery, Will Kenny hold to. So Babiniotis explicitly says, though, with another explanation. So in other words, he agrees with the conclusion, but not necessarily your reading, your reasoning. But I would take that. When you read through the whole thing, he is not coming against the reasoning of Eugenius Vulgaris. He's agreeing with it, but just saying there is actually something stronger. So, but anyway, this is how TurretinFan's seeing it, and this is how ChatGPT is picking that up. In other words, he agrees with the conclusion, but not necessarily the reasoning. I think TurretinFan correctly points that out. So your wording should probably be more like Babiniotis independently arrives at the same conclusion, although by a different linguistic explanation. I would say that's weak. I would say Babiniotis, because see, I carefully worded this. So let's look at how I worded it. I said there's two things here. I said, so I hereby challenge those of the Anglo-Sanhedrin who desire to delete the comma, and then I mentioned a bunch of people, to refute the claims of this top linguist who has basically just confirmed, so he's confirmed the former things that we were saying about the Greek grammatical issues, that the Greek grammatical argumentation that, a whole bunch of TR people hold to, it's not only correct, okay, so that's talking about a first issue, but that the comma is also linguistically justified on the pattern. So I'm talking about a secondary issue. And so sort of saying that it is a, where have I gone with my ChatGPT? Sort of saying that my wording could be more like Babiniotis independently arrived. That's what I've said. I've said we've been justified in our understanding of things like Jack Mormon's brought this out, and Nolan and Edward Hills talked about these grammatical issues. So that's been vindicated, what we've been saying. But there is also another linguistic explanation. That's pretty much what ChatGPT says that I should say. It says Babiniotis independently arrives at the same conclusion, although by a different linguistic explanation. But he doesn't disagree with Eugenius Vulgaris. And so I guess the thing is, because I'm being attacked in a certain way, it's saying, well, you should explain it this way. And it's like, well, I think I've explained it perfectly. I think that actually is just a summary of what I've said. So anyway, My overall assessment, so this is ChatGPT, my overall assessment is Babiniotis clearly argues that the masculine construction of verse 8 is naturally explained by syntactic parallelism with verse 8. That is the central point of his linguistic opinion. TurretinFan correctly observes that Babiniotis does not explicitly make a textual critical claim that verse 7 is therefore original, so that was never asked either. Instead, Babiniotis limits himself to his linguistic analysis and distinguishes the reason for vulgaris. That's exactly why I asked him, because he's neutral, he's not a text critic, he doesn't have a barrier to push. TurretinFan's alternative explanations, personification, appeal to the 2 or 3 witnesses, motif, anthropomorphism. I'm going to say that wrong forever. Are plausible competing explanations, but they do not invalidate Babiniotis's explanation. They simply propose different reasons for the masculine grammar if one assumes a shorter text. Then it says, so I do not think TurretinFan refuted Babiniotis, rather he narrowed the claim. Babiniotis provides a strong linguistic account of the received text, while TurretinFan argues that this account by itself does not settle the separate historical question of whether the Johannine Comma was part of the original text. Those are related questions, but they are not identical. Okay, so let me grab. Now I'll read it first, then I'll put it into ChatGPT, where we want to get the original 1780 Eugenius vulgaris Johannine Comma. Let's see what comes up. Okay, so it's got my site there. And here is the letter. So it's I'll put that into the chat if anyone wants to read it. So this is what I sent to Babiniotis. James Sheffield said, when they parrot Metzger, it's quoting a 20th century person, just saying. Yeah. So Johannine Comma and Eugenius vulgaris. So I sent him exactly this. So a Latin version was quoted in Nittel. And then I've got the pictures of it here, and that's all the Latin version there. And then Grantley MacDonald has here some stuff on vulgaris. But I'll just read through this English. And so this was translated. Okay, so it's translated by W.A. Evanson. Now, I'm pretty sure it was Stephen Avery said that it's not a very good translation, but it's sort of the best that we got at the moment. But maybe this is a different one. There was one by a guy called Jim or something on a chat, and he went through it. But anyway, this is the one that I sent to Babiniotis. This is a translation of the letter from Bishop Eugenius Vulgaris regarding 1 John 5:7. A Latin version was quoted in Nittel. He says in a letter dated December 10th, 1780, this, however, I am able to add here, something which, to my knowledge, has not been heretofore observed. It doesn't mean it's never been looked at, but it's just probably he could be talking in the context of he hasn't brought it up, or maybe the people he's writing to haven't brought it up, etc. Surely, if the passage is absent, if it is secreted away through alteration, the result is not even verse 8, which follows, would stand unless verse 7 came first. So straight away he's saying the main issue. It is this which I wish to discuss. In the Latin version, this is correctly expressed with the phrase in the masculine gender, 1. So it's footnote number 1. In the Latin text, spiritus and sanguis are both masculine, aqua feminine. Using the masculine in Latin of such a mixed gender list is common. Okay, then it says, but in the original Greek itself, if the prior verse is not there, It obviously, that's a word that TurretinFan pointed out that I say a lot, it obviously by no means can stand without some violence to the syntax and through a most obvious solecism. Since tu pneuma kai tu uda kai tu ama, the spirit and the water and the blood are all neuter nouns, how will they agree with the preceding tres esin oi maturantes? There are three who give witness, and the following kai ote oi tres, and then KTL there, the kappa tau lambda is just means etc. And these three, etc. It is very well known, since all have experience with it, and it is, and you got to think, Eugenus Vulgaris is writing mostly to his Greek countrymen here, and it is clearly a particular genius of our language that masculine and feminine nouns may be construed with nouns, adjectives, and pronouns in the neuter, with regard to the actual sense, ta grammata. On the other hand, no one has ever claimed that neuter noun substantives are indicated by masculine or feminine adjectives or pronouns. However, we read as follows in the 8th verse, and then it's got it all written out there in Greek. But I ask, wouldn't the natural and appropriate syntax here be rather, and it's got the whole verse in Greek, but it just has the tria, maturion ta, that type of, and the definite article instead of ta, it's ta. But the former is written, not the latter. What reason can we give? Can be given for this failure to comply with the rule? It can only be the expression of the preceding 7th verse, which through the immediately following verse 8 verse is set forth symbolically and obviously restated, an allusion made to that which precedes. Therefore, the three who give witness in heaven are first placed in the 7th verse, and it's got the Greek all written out there. Then immediately the very same witnesses are brought in to confirm on earth the same witness through these three symbols, as in verse 8, and then it's got verse 8 written out. And so our evangelist might say they are the same as those giving witness in heaven. This is sufficiently indicated through the particle kai, the force of which here is not simply connective, but plainly identifying. At this point, Eugenius shifts to Greek. Okay, so apparently that's written in Greek. Concerning what is said in the text, perhaps equals manuscript, above, clearly the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, these are the ones giving witness also on the earth. They are made manifest to us through symbols. These symbols are spirit, through which the Father is revealed, the blood, through which the Son is revealed, and the water, through which the Holy Spirit is revealed. But these three, who above, by way of revelation through the divine names themselves, are presented as giving witnesses in heaven, they are the same on earth through remembrance in the divine plan, presented repeatedly by way of symbols. But alas, I have made a cup, not a jug. Okay, so actually, I'm pretty sure, I think it was TurretinFan, he was saying this issue here, he's made a cup, not a jug, that he was saying that was quite a big deal. But when we looked through it, we retranslated the Latin, I'm pretty sure, and it just wasn't a big deal. Maybe what I should have done is pop that Latin into ChatGPT. In fact, I will do that because we are going through this. I may as well do it right now. When else am I going to do it? Let me find my ChatGPT page. And I'll say, translate this. Translate this from Latin. This is a famous passage by Eugenius Vulgaris. I've translated it into modern English while preserving the force of this argument rather than rendering it word for word. Okay, so maybe I can show that here. Translation here, I would simply add something which, as far as I know, has not been observed by anyone. Obviously, ChatGPT can give their own spin. So far, this passage having crept into the text by interpolation, the very opposite is true. I prefer a word-for-word translation. Okay, here I could only add at present something which, as far as I know, has hitherto been observed by no one, namely that it is so far from the case that that passage has crept in by interpolation, that not even the 8th verse which follows would stand unless the 7th verse concerning which the discussion is taking place preceded it. For what is correctly expressed in the Latin version by the masculine gender in speech is the original text itself. If the preceding verse is not presupposed, would by no means stand properly except with a certain violence to the expression and by a most evident solecism. And then he's talking about those issues, and then we get down to I undertook a picture, not an amphora. Well, that's pretty confusing. And he says, I actually think this translation makes one important point much clearer than most summaries. Vulgaris is not merely arguing that the masculine participle is a grammatical anomaly. He repeatedly says that verse 7 is a symbolic repetition of verse 7, and the two verses are intentionally parallel, and that the particle kai is identificatory, these very same witnesses, rather than merely connective. And that is strikingly close to Babiniotis's later appeal to syntactic parallelism. They arrive there by different routes, but both explain the masculine forms by treating verses 7 and 8 as deliberate parallel, literary unit rather than two unrelated sentences. Okay, so let me ask the ultimate question. So upon reading this, what would you correct in your previous evaluation of my article in 2020 and TurretinFan's article? It says, yes, reading Vulgaris in full changes my assessment in a few important ways. It doesn't completely overturn what I said before, but it does strengthen your position in several places and weaken TurretinFan's criticisms. Okay, so I'm happy about that the computer agrees with me, but it disagreed with me before, and that's why I've studied further. But anyway, number one, I think I underestimated how close Babiniotis and Vulgaris actually are. Previously, I wrote Babiniotis agrees with Vulgaris's conclusion, but not necessarily his reasoning. That statement is technically true because Babiniotis literally says, though with another explanation. However, after reading Vulgaris carefully, I think the difference between them is much smaller than I first anticipated. I don't think he's countering one against the other. He's saying there are two explanations you've got one, here's another one, and it's probably better. Okay, why? Because Vulgaris is not simply making a gender agreement argument. His argument has two components. There is an apparent grammatical incongruity. Number two, that incongruity is intentionally created because verse 8 is a symbolic repetition of verse 7. That second point is remarkably close to Babiniotis's explanation, syntactic parallelism. In other words, Vulgaris, verse 8, intentionally echoes verse 7. Babiniotis, verse 8, intentionally parallels verse 7. Those are not identical formulations, but they are much closer than I originally thought. I think I gave TurretinFan too much credit on that one point. He repeatedly says Babiniotis merely gives another explanation. That is true, but he makes it sound like Babiniotis is replacing Vulgaris. This is exactly what I was saying. When you're reading through it, it's like he's saying, and that's the first thing I pointed out. He's making out that it's like, oh, well, this is something completely different. It's like, no, he's agreeing, but he's adding material. But he's not even really adding material. He's just being distinct. And so he's seeing things in Vulgaris that we didn't see, and he's putting that in a modern context. After reading Vulgaris, I don't think that that's the best way to understand the relationship. Rather, Babiniotis is explaining how the literary mechanism works. Vulgaris had already argued that verse 8 is a symbolic repetition. Babiniotis supplies modern linguistic terminology, syntactic parallelism. These fit together surprisingly well. So TurretinFan overlooked the literary argument. This is where I now think his article is weaker. Throughout his article, he treats the issue almost entirely as why masculine, but Vulgaris's actual question is much larger. He asks, why does the whole sentence look exactly like verse 7? That is a literary question. Notice how often Vulgaris says things like, and he mentions these Latin words. These words occur repeatedly. He's saying this is not merely grammar, this is literary design. TurretinFan never really engages that aspect. And like I've said, it's like, okay, you can talk about all these other things, but at the end of the day, when the whole picture is there, it's got like a Fibonacci sequence design flower there in the pictures of all you put the puzzle together and it's got this picture there. And it's like it makes a perfect picture. And to just cut out half of the pieces of the puzzle, it's like, why have you got this half flower there? Half of the Fibonacci sequence. If you add this other thing in, it completes that whole picture, and that's the overriding schema sort of thing that he was talking about, the syntactic parallelism, that there's two verses involved there, but it has this one big picture in it. And so I don't think one erases the other, or he's trying to talk about two issues that his issue overrides it completely. But it's more like, yeah, the grammatical issue supports what I'm saying. Number 4. Now I think TurretinFan misunderstood the force of obligatory. Earlier, I thought there was ambiguity. Now I'm less convinced. When Vulgaris says verse 8 cannot stand without verse 7, he does not mean, therefore, textual critics must accept verse 7. He means the wording of verse 8 presupposes verse 7 as its literary antecedent. That is actually a linguistic claim. It isn't directly a textual critical conclusion. Yeah, I mean, text criticism has nothing to do with what we're talking about. TurretinFan keeps treating it as though Babiniotis is trying to prove a textual criticism. I don't think that he's saying that, but I think he is basically saying that Babiniotis needs to be indoctrinated with the principles of textual criticism, and then maybe he'll come to a different perspective. So I don't think that's what either Babiniotis or Vulgaris is doing. Where I think your article overstated things, I still think this sentence goes too far, Babiniotis, blah, blah, blah. And I went through that, and I'm like, I don't think it's going too far at all. He agreed with the grammatical argumentation. The problem is Babiniotis never says, I agree with Stephen. Like, he does. That's like saying, it doesn't say in the Bible, Jesus said, hey guys, I am God. Like, you have to look for those exact words. It's like, I agree with Stephen Avery. Well, does Babiniotis agree with Eugenius Vulgaris? Yes, he does. And he says he's correct. Does Stephen Avery agree with Eugenius Vulgaris? Yes. So then, inadvertently, Babiniotis has said, I agree with Stephen Avery on that one issue. Yeah. He never says, I agree with Edward Hills. He never even says, I agree with Vulgaris's reasoning. He specifically says, with another explanation. So anyway, I would just say that ChatGPT is just tripping out there. So I still think that sentence should have been qualified. I think you're just making note of the molehill there. There's really nothing in what I said that should even be critiqued. It's just saying, hey, what we've said about the grammatical. Because, see, the thing is, you've got to put it in context. In 2020, we would say, what about the grammatical issues? And people, like I've written about, James White, Dan Brown, Barry Hofstetter, James Knapp, Stephen Boyce, Bill Brown, Bart Ehrman, Elijah Hickson, would just say, well, you're an idiot. Pretty much, in a roundabout way, would just say, you don't know what you're talking about. There is no grammatical issue. And it's like, well, hang on, no, there's a solecism there. And so we go through and we try and point out these things. And so here we have world-leading expert in Greek saying, yeah, there's a solecism there. And quoting another expert, quoting Eugenius Vulgaris, who said, clearly, there's a solecism there. So I'm like, these guys are claiming that. So I might even explain that to ChatGPT, But what I'm better off doing is grabbing what I've said here in this video, my transcript, putting it into ChatGPT and saying, I want you to think about what I'm saying here. I'm critiquing you. Am I right or am I wrong? I think it would just say, oh, yeah, I shouldn't really say that. It just seems like the more source documentation I put in there, it goes, you meant this, because it does seem to go down a certain theme that can be just an absolutely nothing and make a heap of stuff out of it. And it's like, but then we've got to be careful that it's not making stuff that favors me, So anyway, it says, but I think your biggest claim is actually stronger than I realized. Your article implies verse 8 is grammatically explained because it deliberately mirrors verse 7. Reading Vulgaris in full, that's exactly what he's arguing. It's not just grammar. Parallelism, repetition, symbolic recapitulation, that's much richer than the summaries people usually give. Where I now think TurretinFan's article is weakest, this paragraph, perhaps John simply anthropomorphized the spirit, water, and blood. He's just putting an allegory on that. That completely ignores the central thrust of Vulgaris. Vulgaris is not merely asking why masculine. He's asking, why did John copy the structure of verse 7 so exactly? Those are different questions. And but anyway, the masculine participle, it does not explain why verse 8 has nearly the same syntactic architecture as verse 7. That's the real force for Vulgaris. And this is one of the things where apparently Cyprian just quoted, I and the Father are one. And again, it is written of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. So someone's written his work and put it into a marginal note at 1 John 5:8. And then eventually that's sort of become part of the text. And eventually someone put word there. And eventually people started saying it's in the Bible. And then eventually Jerome translated it into Latin. And then eventually they translated that back into the Greek, which just magically fixes the solecism. There's too many jumps. There's too many linguistic gymnastics. There's too many hoops that you have to jump through. The simplest answer is it's original. It was originally in Greek, and it's dropped out. in a lot of the manuscripts. And these Greek experts are noticing that type of thing and pointing out there's a solecism there. So, so my updated conclusion, if I were rewriting my previous evaluation, it would look something like this. Babiniotis's comments are more closely aligned with Bulgaris than I initially appreciated. Although Babiniotis explicitly distinguishes his explanation from Bulgaris, both explain the masculine forms in verse 8 by appealing to its deliberate structural relationship with verse 7. Bulgaris's develops his this. Sorry, I'm struggling. I need a sip of coffee. Here we go. Bulgaris develops this through concepts such as symbolic repetition, literary recapitulation, and allusion, while Babiniotis characterizes the same phenomenon using the modern linguistic concept of syntactic parallelism. Consequently, TurretinFan's critique correctly observes that Babiniotis does not explicitly endorse Bulgaris's entire argument or draw a textual critical conclusion about originality, but it gives insufficient attention to the literary structure dimension that lies at the heart of both Bulgaris's and Babiniotis's explanations. One final observation, I think Bulgaris's Latin actually makes Babiniotis's terminology syntactic parallelism more intelligible. Before reading the Latin, syntactic parallelism could sound like a bare grammatical label. After reading Bulgaris, it becomes apparent that both scholars are ascribing the same broader phenomenon. Verse 8 is deliberately composed as a structural and symbolic echo of verse 7. Therefore, that literary dependence also depends on the originality of the Johannine Comma. Is a further textual critical question, but the linguistic explanation itself is more substantial than TurretinFan's article acknowledges. So I guess the thing is, all I've done, I've gone through and copied my article, copied TurretinFan's article into ChatGPT and said, okay, go for it. And it's the things that it said that are wrong, it's pretty much retracted it all once I've put in the source documentation of Eugenius Vulgaris, his 1780 article. And so I haven't prompted it to be on my side, but the thing is, I do use ChatGPT a lot in my studies, so it sort of knows I'm searching for certain answers and certain probabilities. But it was critical of me in the first place, but I think it's given a lot of good explanations there, and so I haven't really prompted it to just side with me. I think it wasn't shy to say, hey, you're wrong, or hey, you're being too harsh on James White or whatever. And so that would be my answer to the grammatical article. So the grammatical argument for the Johannine Comma that TurretinFan's mentioned here. Now, probably the next place that I would go to in this type of grammatical study is would be the articles of Barry Hofstadter. So I'd probably get Barry Hofstadter's articles, put them into ChatGPT, probably in this same thread, and say, okay, well, what does Barry say here, and does it hold water? Because that was the next thing that I asked Georgios Babiniotis in my emails, but he was like, look, it's getting into theology here. I've given you my explanation as a grammarian. If you want to look at theology, you guys can debate that, sort of thing. And he's in Greece. He knows these guys are have a lot of stuff that they talk about. Now, this is responding to Jonathan Sheffield's comments on the Comma Johannine. So he does. I did actually watch this. I thought that TurretinFan did a video on this, but I don't think he has. I think I watched, that's right. I watched CJ Cox interview Jonathan Sheffield, and I guess it's just been written out here. So maybe what we'll do, we'll watch the video, and then we will go through this. And I've nearly gone for 4 hours, so that will probably be the end of it, and this might not even finish. But I will go through this link to start a discussion. Here we go.
So I have two brief questions. I'll hold off on the wrap up really quick, just to ask very briefly about 1 John 5:7, and I'm just going to read it really quickly here for the people. For there are three that bear record in heaven: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. The common objection is that this first appears in the works of Erasmus around the early 1300s. Is that a fair assessment as far as what we have in the historical record? Obviously, if you believe that it goes before then you wouldn't think it's a fair assessment in its totality. But
so when he said of Erasmus around the 1300s, I think he means Erasmus, and there's a manuscript around the 1300s or something like that, which would be Codex Ottobonianus. So,
as far as in the historical record, does anybody reference it before then? Is there any manuscript evidence before then? Sorry about it.
Yes, there is. So, and that's the way they kind of detract and try to say, the King James Bible editors added it in, or it was Erasmus where it first showed up. And the case with Erasmus, it wasn't in his first edition, which prompted a response from the team of Cardinal Jimenez, who reached out to him and say, hey, because in the Polyglot, it was included in, and they actually provide citations why they included it in their documents. So that is not the first case. And actually, we had two allusions very early on from the North African church, both with Tertullian and with Cyprian, that appear to quote the passage. But the definitive quote, not only do we have in Spain in the 4th century, but we actually have it used at an official council in the West. Actually responding to the Goths, who were Arians, and the council was actually called by Huneric, the Vandal king, that was in support of the Goths, or the Arians in the West, who called the council, who wrote a letter to all the Trinitarian bishops of the North African province. And we're talking about Spain and all those little areas and islands around North Africa, to convene a council in 484 and to go to Scripture to defend their Homoousian faith. And so the Trinitarian North African bishops came to that council with a written confession in not only their own language, but the language of the Goths and other dialects, and presented a specific quote from John, referencing the Epistle of John, where he quotes 1 John 5:7. So the bishops of North Africa crafted this statement in response to the Arians of the West, the Gothic Arians, and used this specific passage to defend the Trinitarian position. And this is a council of over 400 bishops in attendance. And so the question is, we have a major council that is quoting this passage against the Arians. We know the type of text that the Arians use, so why would the North African bishops use something that was questionable, which would have meant their death over there in North Africa if the passage was disputed? And if we look back to the allusions of Cyprian and Tertullian, that follows that same textual lines of the North African bishops, they had no doubt that this passage was Scripture at all. And the common retort against the North African Council is, well, this passage was sort of made up because they looked at verse 8 in John, and it became sort of a version of verse 8 and became verse 7. So they have to make up these wild conspiracies to generate 7. The passage is a majority reading in the West. So while the Greek evidence is there's very little testimony to it in the Greek. When the official Greek Orthodox churches, and I'm talking about the official churches of Alexandria, North Africa, Constantinople, all met in 1904 to create their standardized Greek text. Greek Orthodox Trump 5.7 that is not in their textual tradition, that is not basically witnessed by the Byzantium text form. The holy bishops of the Greek Orthodox Church voted this passage to be included in the 1904. So when all the magisterial reformers, except for Luther, all basically came to the same conclusion that this passage was witnessed by the ancient church and included it in their editions of the TR. It's a majority reading in the West, and when the Greek Orthodox Church met and discussed this issue, they included this passage. The only people who seem to reject this passage is the text criticism based in the German rationalism of the late 17th century. So it's not the official churches rejecting this passage. It's basically the critical to text opponents of the German rationalism.
And with that, that is actually a very good place to kind of get to this wrap-up question here. The even conservative Christian scholar has started to really capitulate to a lot of textual. I mean, we could talk about textual variants, but whether it's Markan priority or the Q hypothesis or the documentary hypothesis, or there's so many of them. You know what I mean? And almost none of them are seriously based in facts. They're based almost entirely on hypothesis and theory, and yet even our most conservative scholars are capitulating in that. In your view, I have my own opinions, but in your view, what is the theological significance of us fighting this fight? Why do we want to make sure that, no, in fact, the old-fashioned traditional understanding of textual criticism is correct, not this New Age modernism that's less than 300 years old?
Well, I think Bart Ehrman brings up, a very valid point. You have hundreds of passages in the New Testament which conservative, even the most conservative Christian scholars will say were added to the New Testament. Well, if that was added, that naturally questions the reliability of the New Testament. It actually undermines its reliability. And this is why we see atheist scholars like Carrier, Price, Dillahunty, and others question the reliability of the documents, because if all these passages were added in, it goes back to Bart Ehrman's original hypothesis. Then it may have all been incorrect at the very beginning. Because if you're saying all these things happen, then what's to say that these other things didn't happen either? And this is where we get Christ mysticism coming out of, the idea that Jesus was all a myth and all these stories were made up. So it kind of brings the Bible to a book of fairy tales. And this is where this scholarship is leading. It changes a number of essential doctrines in the Christian literature, and we have to fight to preserve the text that had been handed down by the ecclesiastical churches.
And I do want to point out, too, with that, I say allegedly conservative a lot of times because this isn't a conservative position to have in this regard. That said, I am personally a fan of James White on a lot of issues. I know very little about Wallace, but at least James White I've always been a fan of. I'm a fan of a lot of people who I think are wrong on a lot of issues. So, I think there's that.
Yeah, no, and I think James White does a really good job when he argues on the Trinity. He does some really good things on the doctrines of grace, where I commend him on. On this particular issue, not only is he losing the intellectual argument against those outside of Christian communities, but he's not presenting the historical testimony that the empirical evidence provides. And
what a terrible thing to know that I was saying all that stuff and I was muted. So anyway, I'll just quickly read through this again. So what I did is I put, sorry, I muted myself. I've been coughing and spluttering, so I did mute myself and I forgot to undo that. Now, so I put in Hofstadter's argument that was done before I talked to Georgios Babiniotis, and ChatGPT says, yes, reading Vulgaris in full changes my assessment in a few important ways. Actually, that is the previous prompt. Yeah. So I said, so here are some arguments against the comma in Vulgaris by Hofstadter. Where is he right or wrong? And then ChatGPT said, after reading Hofstadter carefully and after reading Vulgaris in the original Latin, I think I can give a much fairer assessment than simply saying one side is right. My conclusion is that Hofstadter makes several genuinely strong grammatical points, but I also think he significantly miscategorizes Vulgaris's actual argument. And so just in the conclusion, as we go down to the bottom, he says, okay, here's some excellent things that he talks about. Constructio ad sensum examples, substantive participle discussion, showing masculine modifiers with neuter substantive issues that they exist. A moderate claim, he said his criticism that Vulgaris stated the grammatical rule too absolutely. I think that's fair. But where he's weak, it says treating Vulgaris as though he only argued masculine modifiers neuter. The Latin shows that this is not his central argument. Weak, number 2, treating personification as equivalent to Vulgaris's explanation. It isn't. Vulgaris's actual explanation is literary parallelism and symbolic recapitulation. Number 3, weak, never really engaging the structural symmetry between verses 7 and 8. Ironically, Babiniotis's opinion from 2020 strengthens Vulgaris precisely on this point. Babiniotis independently identifies the governing feature as syntactic parallelism, which is conceptually very close to Vulgaris's repeated emphasis on symbolic repetition and structural echo. Hofstadter's article, written before Babiniotis's published comments, largely analyzes the problem as one of grammatical agreement and does not seriously address that broader literary explanation. That does not make Hofstadter's grammatical observations invalid, but it does mean his critique doesn't fully engage the strongest form of Vulgaris's agreement as it emerges from the original Latin and is echoed by Babiniotis. So, and I actually just read through all that. I realized I was muted, and then I'm like, okay, I'll read through all that again. The one thing I noticed right at the end there, and I was just about to say it, when I was like, oh, I'm muted, I better fix that, is that's exactly what I thought too. When I went through Babiniotis's material, or actually Eugenius Vulgaris's 1780 material, I was like, oh, he's just making that gender agreement rule argument. Okay, the issue of the syntactic parallelism, I just thought, well, that's something completely foreign, and I guess even Stephen Avery hasn't picked that up, and some other people haven't either. But then what we're seeing here is that Vulgaris actually does speak of that. But this is, I think, what Babiniotis is doing is he's actually saying we are not recognizing the syntactic parallelism, not that Vulgaris didn't see it. He's saying you guys are not seeing it. We as Greek-speaking people are seeing this. You aren't. You're just arguing about this simple gender rule, and yeah, that's fine, that's true, but there's an overarching argument, which is the syntactic parallelism, which has been brought out by Vulgaris. So I didn't see that either. So when I'm reading through Babiniotis stuff, I'm like, well, he's just sort of making this general claim. He's vindicating, yes, there's a gender agreement rule. That's there's a solecism, and he's like, yeah, that's true, but look at the bigger picture here, and it's not even Babiniotis's idea. He's actually just read Vulgaris and gone, yeah, he's got a point there, and he's saying you're only getting out of Vulgaris this gender agreement rule. instead of you should be getting out of Vulgaris the gender agreement rule and the overarching issue that there is a syntactic parallelism there, which is just the modern way of saying exactly what Vulgaris said in 1780. It's actually been there right in front of us the whole time. And perhaps other people do explain it better, but that's a very interesting thing. Okay, so Bible Protector said, TurretinFan is a James White sycophant. James White is not completely evil. He does do good things in lots of areas. I think the problem when it comes to Bible transmission issues is that they have accepted a deistic, naturalistic viewpoint, and I would agree 100%. Bible Protector says, I was typing all that stuff while Nick was muted. Usually I sort of go, and so there's 15 comments like, you're muted. But for some reason, this video, I've only got 3 people watching. Usually I've got like 20 people at least there. I didn't do a video last weekend, and maybe they thought I died or something. And one thing I've noticed, like Will Kinney has just dropped off the radar on Facebook. Like, he was just prolific in writing stuff. Like I'm even like, man, just create a burner account, like do something. But maybe he's over it. But yeah, he's been very prolific in writing stuff, and yeah, so sort of missing him. And maybe people think I dropped off too, and they're like, well, he's gone. So anyway, I'll quickly go through this CJ Cox stuff. Responding to Jonathan Sheffield's comments on the Johannine Comma on CJ Cox's show, CJ Cox. So I'm pretty sure TurretinFan and CJ Cox are debating tomorrow night, American time, I guess you would say. Let me just quickly check. Scanning for truth. YouTube. And I'd actually really like to watch this live and go through some of the comments. Okay, so live Trinity. Oh, yeah. 29th, 7th. No, that's not even close. 29th, that's like Wednesday. So yeah, here it is here. It's 1 John 5:7 original. So it's interesting. CJ Cox was talking to Jonathan Sheffield. I know Jonathan Sheffield usually has some very interesting things to say. Usually it can be stuff that is out of the normal type of material. Or explained in a different way. So hopefully CJ Cox has something different to say, or saying it in a different way. That would be really cool. But yeah, we're building up to the 1 John 5:7 conference, and so I'm glad these debates are happening. And I've debated both CJ Cox and TurretinFan in the past. Yeah, that's where I was getting it wrong. It says around the 1 hour and 13-minute mark, they talk about this, where I, for some reason, skipping through this as fast as I do, I just saw 13 minutes and thought, they talk 13 minutes about the comma, but they don't. So the following is a lightly cleaned up transcript of the question and answer interspersed with my comments. So question from CJ Cox. And so he talks about the comma. The common objection is that it first appears in the works of Erasmus around the 1300s, so manuscript evidence, Codex Otto Bonianus, etc. Is that a fair assessment as far as we have on historical record? Okay, so TurretinFan's made a bit of a deal about Erasmus being 1300s, but I sort of would read into that CJ Cox basically means that it comes from Erasmus, that the oldest manuscript evidence we have is from like the 1300s, something around that. I think it's like the 1352 or something like that was Otto Bonianus was dated. So, that would be slightly out, but I wouldn't put to him that he is saying Erasmus is from the 1300s. I don't think CJ Cox would be making that type of error. But anyway, I would more so give him the benefit of the doubt. Erasmus family introduced, so this is TurretinFan. I might skip over some of this because it looks like he's going to talk about that. Yeah, possibly there was some kind of conflation. The oldest known manuscript, yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Ottobonianus. Okay, so I would just, yeah, there's really nothing more to say there. So it's saying this is evidence of a back translation from a Latin. So we've been through that with Ottobonianus. We also mentioned that earlier in this video. There is no evidence that it is a back translation from a Latin document. So Erasmus's third edition showing the absence of Greek articles. My understanding of that is he was going with Codex Britannicus there. But then as he went to his next edition, his 1527 edition, he was going with the work of the Complutensian Polyglot, and he was putting in those readings. 75% of the readings in his 1522 of the changes that Erasmus made were already from the Complutensian Polyglot. So he would have been looking at lots of different sources for 1 John 5:7 there. Codex Britannicus, he would have been looking at the Complutensian Polyglot edition. And so, but he amended the articles simply in 1527. The TR reading first appears in Erasmus's 4th edition, based, as far as anyone can tell, on Erasmus's conjecture of how to approve the reading he first published in his 3rd edition. No, it's definitely based upon either the Complutensian Polyglot or some other thing that he had access to, but I don't think he mentioned pretty much everything, so, you know, but he had access to the Complutensian Polyglot, so I can't see why he would not have used that scholarly edition. 42 scholars worked on that, so he was using it. He was already using it elsewhere, so there's proof of that. On the other hand, no one who is familiar with the evidence would say that this Latin variant first appears either in the works of Erasmus or GA 629. Instead, of course, this Latin variant shows up first in Latin. There are examples of Latin manuscripts with such a reading that significantly predate 1300s. The earliest identifiable evidence of some related variant being possibly as early as the 300s. Some have argued that it may have appeared in Latin as early as the late 100s, though the evidence for that idea falls short of compelling. Okay. Jonathan Sheffield says, yes, there is. That is the way they kind of detract and try to say, you know, the King James Bible editors added it in, or it was Erasmus where it first showed up. In the case with Erasmus, it wasn't in his 1st edition, which prompted a response from the team of Cardinal Jimenez, who reached out to him and said, hey, because of the Complutensian Polyglot, it was included. And they actually provided citations for why they included it in their document. So this is not the first case. So this is back to TurretinFan's saying this. He says, Stunica was part of the Complutensian team. He did publish a response to Erasmus's New Testament. Sheffield is a bit vague in his explanation here, but we have discussed in previous posts, and so I'm pretty sure that's what I'm reading through. I'll just open it and make sure. Oh yeah, this is the one where he says that Stunica, basically, you know, he's in agreement with Isaac Newton that Stunica back translated from the Latin, which is just simply not true. He never says that. Stunica acknowledged that Greek manuscripts do not have this reading, but insisted that the Latin manuscript maintain the correct reading, citing Jerome in support of his position. It turns out that Stunica was citing pseudo-Jerome, or that's what TurretinFan continues to call it, although there's really hardly any evidence that it's pseudo-Jerome, and a significant corrupted version of pseudo-Jerome at that. So where TurretinFan is believing that omitentes or commententes that this either textual issue or I guess maybe perhaps an archaic way of saying something that was amended and changed in the text, that this causes the whole thing to just be thrown out. And so this is what I'm finding is TurretinFan finds one tiny little grain of sand and says, see, we have to throw everything out then. And it's become pseudo Jerome, so we just get rid of the evidence, And this is what I found with Revelation 16:5. Instead of like dealing with the fact that people are bringing up the future form, it's like, well, it doesn't have it exactly as the King James, so go throw it out. Or it doesn't have it, it doesn't have. It has the Father. No, sorry, it has the who is and was and shall be, but then it has holy. Or you've got to throw it out too because it has holy on the end of that, or it doesn't have Lord there. Got to throw that out. And so there was just always a reason to just dismiss things instead of like it should be put on like a gradient sort of thing, or it should be measured. It's like, okay, well, here Stunica, it doesn't mean you go, well, he just back translated from the Latin. There is a possibility that happened, but he didn't do it anywhere else. So why would he just do it in 1 John 5:7? And he's done it way before Erasmus and all the controversy and all the rest of it. And then it's like, okay, we should be just really giving the benefit of the doubt as well, like saying, okay, well, Stunica, he acknowledged that Greek manuscripts don't have the reading, the bulk of Greek manuscripts he would be talking about, but instead the Latin manuscripts have the reading. But it turns out that Stunica was quoting pseudo Jerome, so it just gets, pseudo Jerome, got to throw everything out because of just the omitentes and commitentes issue. And it's like, how has everyone, right up until Weed Hacker and TurretinFan, and I sort of almost like when TurretinFan brought this issue up, I sort of almost like warned him, this is going to be a nothing burger. We've already gone down this route, and lots of people talked about it. And the main guy for the critical text, Bradley McDonald, is just like, this is like nothing. It's interesting, but it's nothing. Because all of history has interpreted it as being that it is omitted. And so, anyway, let's continue. So Jonathan Sheffield says, actually, I'll just double check that. Okay. Jonathan Sheffield says, actually, we have two allusions very early on from the North African church, both with Tertullian and with Cyprian, that appear to hold the passage, but definitive quotes we have not only in Spain in the 4th century, but we actually have it used in an official council in the West, responding to the Goths who were Arians. The council was called by Huneric, the Vandal king, who was in support of the Goths, the Arians in the West. He called the council and wrote a letter to all the Trinitarian bishops of the North African province. And we're talking about Spain and all those little areas and islands around North Africa, to convene a council in 484 to go to Scripture and defend their Homoousian faith. So TurretinFan says, let's break this down into 4. Tertullian, Cyprian, Spain, 4th century, and Victor of Beta, author of the book Against the Vandals, which Sheffield is indirectly citing. As to Tertullian, there are at least 3 different works that are sometimes cited as allegedly showing reliance on the Johannine Comma. The first is De Baptismo, on baptism, in which Tertullian refers to the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost as 3 witnesses that are united in the church. Moreover, after the pledging both of the attestation of the faith and promise of salvation under 3 witnesses, there is added of necessity the mention of the church, inasmuch as wherever these are, that is, Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, there is the church, which is the body of 3, on baptism, chapter 6. The second is on modesty, in which the church is similarly said to unity the three, maybe unify the three, unity the three, for the very church itself is properly and principally the Spirit himself, in whom the Trinity of the one divinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, the Spirit combines that church which the Lord has made to consist in three. That's on modesty. One challenge to viewing these as an allusion to Johannine Comma is that the church as the unity of the Father, Son, and Spirit is not really a suitable match to the usual readings of the Johannine Comma. Moreover, in the case of on baptism, the three witnesses is taken either from Paul, 2 Corinthians 13:1, see also 1 Timothy 5:17, and also Hebrews 10:28, or Christ, Matthew 18:16, or possibly, though less likely, from Moses, Deuteronomy 17:6 and 19:15. So it's just a claim made there. It's like these aren't really suitable matches for the Comma Johanneum. And that depends on what your criteria is. And if your criteria is it has to match it exactly to Scribner's, which seems to be the criteria for even an Erasmus quotation, or some of these manuscripts that Erasmus used, or Otto Bonianus, etc., they're just thrown out because they don't match exactly to Scribner. It's sort of like, okay, so what is the criteria here? If it just says, the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, and these three are one, or the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, and if it doesn't mention word there, throw it out, sort of thing. And that's what I find they do with Cyprian. It says they're speaking of the Father, Word, and Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and these three are one. It's very clear that that's speaking of them. So it's not a verbatim quotation. So he's actually lining up Matthew 28 there with 1 John 5:7, because it's speaking of them this way. But that's just thrown out because it doesn't have word there, and everything else matches. And so anyway, it's quite amazing. So that's sort of what I find is TurretinFan every now and then will just throw in like, no, this isn't suitable, this doesn't match. But it's like, okay, well, I haven't really got the time. I will. That is of interest that Tertullian has mentioned all that. Now, I'm not sure if I have all of those quotations from Tertullian on my site. Maybe I do, but I will go back through that. A third passage that's sometimes cited is Tertullian's Against Praxis, in which Tertullian states Against Praxis, chapter 25, these three are one essence, not one person, as it is said, I and my Father are one. John 10:30, in respect to unity of substance, not singularity of number. While this translation may obscure the point, Tertullian's Latin is qui tres unum sunt, non unus. Tertullian is relying on the difference between the neuter and masculine, a difference that also exists in his Latin of John 10:30. The major problem for the theory that this is an allusion to the Johannine Comma is as follows. Why not quote the entirety of the text if Tertullian is referring to something in 1 John? And this is what I find TurretinFan does quite a lot. It's like, why isn't he quoting the whole thing? It's like if I said, God gave his only begotten Son. If you believe in him, you won't go to hell, you go to heaven. Like I'm quoting John 3:16. I'm paraphrasing, I'm talking about all sorts of things. If someone read me in 2,000 years, they'd say, why didn't Nick just quote, for God so loved the world that he gave it? Well, we don't do that. Hardly any of us do that. If we're doing it to prove that scriptures exist, if these guys knew that in the future there was going to be all these doubters everywhere, they would do that. But they were like, well, we're just trying to get our own point across. So we have to understand that we have to put our feet into their shoes and go, well, they're just talking about stuff that's genuinely agreed on by people, not trying to prove something in the future. So there's no obligation for them to quote everything exactly. And when we're looking at their allusions, we're going, okay, well, they're mentioning the Trinity and they're saying these three are one. So that's exactly what 1 John 5:7 says. So anyway, the chapter in question contains numerous quotations from John's Gospel. Why then wouldn't the epistle be quoted if a helpful statement were found there? So it seems that instead Tertullian is explaining the unity of the Trinity, not quoting a verse that allegedly supports his conclusion. And TurretinFan would say on his video as well, you could even say Father, Word, and Spirit, but you're just talking about the Trinity. It's like, no, there's a verse that clearly says that. You don't just go, okay, well, I just say a contested verse. The three men in the fire, and the fourth is like the Son of God. Okay. Now, if you had that exact quote, it could just be like, well, they were just explain. You could explain it away, but it says it. You know what I mean? And you could explain away Father, Word, and Spirit. I know it doesn't say it here, but in other places, TurretinFan, in the previous videos that I've been doing, he has said this type of thing, where it's like, well, even if Athanasius did say Father, Word, and Spirit, it is a truth. You've got the Father, then you've got the Word, which is Jesus in John 1:1, and then you have the Spirit. So someone could come to that conclusion and just put those together like that. And it's like, no, it's quoting 1 John 5:7. And so it's just easier to say that than people were just coming up with this amazing verse, this amazing structure that later on someone else invented. It's just not making any sense. So, but I sort of find that he's not saying all that here in writing, but because I'm getting to know a lot of TurretinFan's material through YouTube and listening to his stuff and reading through his stuff, I'm like, yeah, I know what you're meaning here, but you're just sort of saying, well, it doesn't match, or you should quote the whole thing, and it's like, well, why does he have to quote all 26 words? Or if he quotes one thing out of whack, it's like thrown out. But if it's too close, or it must have been penned in later, The major problem of this theory is that this is an allusion to the common hymn is as follows. Okay, so why not quote the whole entirety of the text if Tertullian is referring to something in 1 John? Okay, so I've read through all that. So it seems that instead Tertullian is explaining the unity of the Trinity, not quoting a verse that allegedly supports this conclusion. Turning to Cyprian of Carthage, James Snaps, so he's reading Snaps' material and going through it, provides a succinct explanation. In his treatise on the unity of the universal church, 1:6, Cyprian says, and he's got the Latin there, and it says, in English, the Lord says, I and the Father are one, and again, it's written of the Father and Son and Holy Spirit, and these three are one. Back to TurretinFan. This is a quotation, not an allusion. The use of the formula it is written suggests that Cyprian is referencing scripture, not Tertullian or any other human author. Okay. The question remains, however, whether Cyprian is referencing the shorter original reading or an interpolated Latin reading. The former is possible if Cyprian believes that the Spirit, blood, and water are references to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, which is reading into the text something that's just not, it doesn't mention Spirit, water, and blood here at all. Cyprian does not explain, so it's difficult to be sure. It is pretty easy to be sure. You just take him at his own word that he says when it's talking about the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, these three are one, and that's written again. Anyway, on the other hand, if the interpolation were present in Cyprian's text, why does he not quote it more fully? He's not obligated to quote it fully. If you just believe the comma is real, you read that and go, yeah, Cyprian's quoting the comma. But if you have doubt about it, like I'm just trying to think of something like say some people actually come against Matthew 28, where it says, go baptizing in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. Okay. Now, I know TurretinFan would probably agree with that verse. We would be in agreement. We would fight against whoever's saying that. Now, when I read early church writers, if they're saying stuff that's so similar, like there's no doubt in my mind that it's genuine. There's no doubt in my mind that 1 John 5:7 is genuine whatsoever. I'm just dealing with all the argumentation that comes against it. But, and so when it's like, if I was to say, oh, it says the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, why isn't it saying go baptize? Why isn't it talking about the baptism then? Why would, it's like, well, yeah, okay, well, they didn't mention that, but it doesn't mean that they didn't quote the rest of it. Look at what is there. This is what I find with TurretinFan. He's constantly looking for what is not there and emphasizing that, magnifying that instead of saying what is there and the similarities that are there. Because oftentimes when it comes to verses that we would agree on, we would do that. And what I find with the comma, Revelation 16:5, things that he's like, no, I don't want to go there. I don't want to agree with that. He has a bit of a double standard when he's looking at things that he's like, well, I've already got a presupposition this shouldn't exist. And 1 John 5:7 should be there. So I'm going to, and he's trying to get rid of every bit of information instead of going, okay, well, Cyprian, let's put it on a scale of 1 to 10, it's, that's a 7 or that's an 8 or, just really straw manning the position and saying, okay, I can see if someone, because you got to put your feet into the shoes of someone who thinks it's genuine. And like I was pointing out, I think it was in my previous video, of my second video back, who was it? Orgenitus of Rusp, I think his name was. I've probably butchered that. But he said in about the year 500 that Cyprian, when he was saying, it is written again of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost, that these three are one, that he was quoting the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. That's what he was talking about. So it's pretty clear that even like just 250 years after Cyprian, people were saying that's exactly how we're reading it. Cyprian's quoting 1 John 5:7 there. And that's huge. To me, that just fits in with what we already think and believe, and it just makes sense. And he's saying John, the evangelist, said this in his letter. Pretty clear. He's just pointing right back to that. And he's saying Cyprian quoted it. Okay, so it says here, why say that it is about the Father, the Son, the Spirit, instead of quoting Father, Word, and Spirit? Well, that's because it's, I guess it's like saying, go baptizing in the name of the Father, or imagine you were talking about some passage earlier on in John about the Paraclete, and you were saying, okay, this is written again about the Father, the Son, and the Paraclete go baptizing in the name of the three, or something like that. You would go, oh, that's pointing to Matthew 28. You don't have, like, he's trying to bring across, he's trying to marry things together. And so, like to say, you just have to robotically, and this is the thing too about, quotes from the Septuagint or quotes from the Old Testament. Like Jesus didn't just go, hey, here's an Old Testament thing. I'm just gonna let's get the the King James out and just read it exactly, or let's get the Masoretic text out and we're just gonna read it exactly. Now, sometimes he would say things, and it's come across in a different way. Now, when he's reading text, it's different, but sometimes he would just quote things, and he would put his own little theological spin on it, or relate it to the audience, just like Paul did all the way through. Just got some people are using taps down that direction, and I think they go under our house or something. That was what that big noise was. So where were we here? Yeah, why say it's about the Father, Son, and Spirit instead of quoting Father, Word, and Spirit? It's hard to find a good answer to that question. And in this very brief discussion, Sheffield doesn't offer one. But I think I've answered that a couple of videos back, where it's like, well, why is anyone obligated to say the whole thing? If you like to me, if you say, okay, it's talking about, if I was to speak about Peter, James, and John, and I said Cephas, James, and John said this, you go, oh no, it should say Peter, James, and John. But to me, it's just straining out of that and swallowing a camel. It's not like it's never that strict when we're talking about other verses. Specifically, if TurretinFan had this type of strict credential on Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and a lot of the readings in the critical text, he would be throwing out hundreds of verses. So turning to Spain in the 4th century, we have what is genuinely viewed as the earliest clear reference to some form of the comma, as discussed in the previous post link. So that must be something that I haven't gone through yet. Priscillian of Avila and the Latin insertion of the 3 heavenly witnesses. So we'll go through that another time. I think I'll just finish back through what I've got here though. And hopefully I can actually get this finished today. Just this one with Jonathan Sheffield and CJ Cox. This form of the comma has a few notable differences, especially that it says that the Father, Word, and Spirit are one in Christ Jesus. Also, the author who provides this quotation is someone who did not hold to proper Trinitarian doctrines. And it's like, okay, but they're quoting it. And like, if Origen's quoting something, or Eusebius, like some of these guys, I don't agree with them on lots of different things. But if they're saying Father, Word, and Spirit, so this is one thing that I found with the Revelation 16:5 material. It's like, okay, it's talking about the future form, the esomenos, that's what we're focusing on. But then it's like, oh, it doesn't have the name Lord there or Jehovah in the verse. It's like, well, okay, that's a separate issue. Or what about Revelation 11:17? It doesn't have it there. And it's like, well, that's a separate issue, but okay, we'll deal with it. And it's like, well, can we just deal with what we're talking about instead of what is, talk about the similarities, not just focusing on the differences to go, okay, it's different, delete that. Let's move on to the next one so we can delete that as well. That's what I find. TurretinFan, I guess, he's probably going to watch this. And, I know he knows that I'll just say things as they are, well, regardless of whether it gets offended or not. But I would just say he's sort of bulldozing through this material. He's going through and just trying to flatten it and trying to move it out of the way instead of going, okay, well, you've got a point there. And even people would say this is the earliest quotation for 1 John 5:7 on the critical text side. This is what they say: Father, Word, and Spirit. But it's one in Christ Jesus. So there you go. We've sort of got to throw that out because even just having articles different, Erasmus had zero evidence for the comma that matches his 4th edition or whatever. So here we have in Christ Jesus. Delete it. So also the author who provides the quotation is someone who did not hold to proper Trinitarian doctrines. But wouldn't that prove that, this is genuine? Because who would quote this if you're not a Trinitarian? But I guess they put a spin on it in Christ Jesus. And so to me, that makes it more interesting, because if you've got a Jehovah's Witness with a verse like, the Word was a God, that they have to add something to it to get rid of it. So if he's not Trinitarian, he's adding this weird thing on the end of it. It's like, well, he's done that for a reason. So he's obviously thinking it's a genuine verse that he can't get rid of. So anyway, finally, we turn to the first evidence of a shorter form of the comma that became more widespread in medieval Europe. This is evidence from the work of Victor of Vita, who records persecution by Huneric, including a time when Huneric is said to have summoned 466 or so bishops to Carthage in an effort to make them conform to the Arian religion of the Vandals. Huneric did not call them to convene a council. As that expression is usually used, the Homoousian bishops were instead essentially being put on trial. The synod was run by the Vandal king's bishop of choice, a man named Cyrilla. There was an offer to hold a debate between the Vandal bishops and the Homoousian bishops. The Homoousian bishops of North Africa selected 10 representatives to attend the debate. However, this offer of debate was declined. Nevertheless, Victor says that 4 bishops had prepared a written treaty on the beliefs of the Homoousians. Victor includes a version of this document in his account, and his version of that document, as best as it has been critically reconstructed, includes a reference to a form of the comma. The Vandals invaded North Africa via Spain at the start of the 5th century. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure whether any of the bishops summoned to Carthage were from Spain. Hunneric's territory did not, as far as I can tell, include Spain in 484. He only summoned bishops from his territory. While Vandals and Goths are related, they were from different Germanic tribes. Okay. So Jonathan Sheffield says, so the Trinitarian North African bishops came to that council with a written confession, not only in their own language, but in the language of the Goths and other dialects, and presented a specific quote from John referencing the Epistle of John, where he quotes 1 John 5:7. So the bishops of North Africa crafted this statement in response to the Arians of the West, the Gothic Arians, and used this specific passage to defend the Trinitarian position. And this is a council of over 400 bishops in attendance. So the question is, we have a major council that is quoting the passage against the Arians. We know the type of text that the Arians used. So why would the North African bishops use something that was questionable, which would have meant their death over there in North Africa if the passage was disputed? So back to TurretinFan. The treatise cites John the Evangelist without specifying whether it was in John's first epistle or someone else. However, it seems reasonable to think that the author meant to refer to John's first epistle. The treatise was not written in multiple languages. It was written in Latin. Latin, however, was not the language of the Vandals. In fact, the reason Cyrilla gave, according to Victor, for declining to hold a debate was that he didn't know Latin. Victor does not say that the treatise was crafted by all the bishops, but attributes the treatise to 4 bishops. As the treatise does not seem to have circulated apart from Victor's work, we have no way to tell how much Victor himself contributed to the work. Indeed, as discussed in this previous post, I'm pretty sure that's the one where it goes through Mike Ferrando stuff, which we will get to another time. The discussion of the comma breaks the flow of the work, suggesting that it may have been a revision. Victor would be the most obvious source of this revision. There is no evidence that using something questionable or disputed would have meant their deaths. We also do not know what type of text the Vandals used. I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure that this was a type of persecution and that many of these people were persecuted. And so, so anyway, I don't know why TurretinFan has put that in, but let's continue. So we don't know what type of text the Vandals use. Very little of Vandalic has survived to the present time. The longest sentence being this, and even if we assume that the Vandals read the Gothic Bible, John's epistles, if they were ever translated into Gothic, have not survived. On the other hand, we do know that Augustine, who died during the Vandal siege of Hippo in 430 had a text of 1 John without the Latin interpolation. So this is a link to an example of Augustine's discussion on 1 John 5. So it is reasonable to suppose that if the Vandals had taken Upper Latin texts from the places they conquered, they would have found at least some without the interpolation. Okay, and I'll concede on that there were texts around that time that were floating around without the comma. And Jerome clearly said that. Likewise, it is unreasonable to call this a major council. There was no meaningful participation in person by any of the Homoousian bishops. I would sort of be in disagreement with that, because they did have their own sort of statement of faith against Arianism. And so I would say, just because it was limited to the 10 people and to the 4, I wouldn't say that there wasn't a general consensus. So Jonathan Sheffield said, if we look back to the allusions of Cyprian and Tertullian, that follows that same textual line, the North African bishops, they had no doubt that this passage was scripture at all. The common retort against the North African Council is, well, the passage was sort of made up because they looked at verse 8 and John, and it became sort of a version of verse 8 and became verse 7. So they have to make up these wild conspiracies to generate verse 7. Okay, so that's interesting. So saying, these, if you do look through Cyprian, Tertullian, and then the North African bishops, you can see that obviously they've got the verse there, unless you've got a bias. If you just assume the verse is there and then read Cyprian, read Tertullian, read the North African bishops, you're like, well, the verse is there. The common retort against the North African Council is, well, this passage was sort of made up because they looked at verse 8, so that would be what they're saying about Cyprian and Tertullian and John, and it became, so I guess there's looking at verse 8 and John, like maybe in the beginning was the word, and this type of thing, and it became sort of a version of verse 8, so it's an allusion type of thing that became verse 7. So they have to make up these wild conspiracy theories, and they are conspiracy theories. There's no proof that Cyprian was alluding to verse 8, unless you already have in your mind that it doesn't exist. There's no reason to think that Cyprian is not quoting verse 7. And even Walter Thiel said that, world-leading expert in the Latin language. He was saying that just in the last century. So anyway, let's continue. Sheffield seems to be conflating a few things. The question is less about the council or even just Victor specifically, but more about how such an interpolation could come to be. The answer to that question is that it can come to be by an unreliable, or at least not strictly literal translator, providing an interpretative gloss on the 3 witnesses that are actually mentioned in the text: Spirit, the water, the blood. This fault seems to have been identified at least as early as the 6th century. And then he's saying the original reading of pseudo Jerome. And so he's saying that it is, he's going with the conspiracy theory of Weed Hacker, and he's running with this himself. And I will go through this article, as we're going through. Obviously, I mightn't do it, this weekend or even the next, but I will continue on going through TurretinFan's material, because he's writing a lot of stuff on this. But so he's saying that the unfaithful scribes are adding the Father, Word, and Spirit, which if you have the Spirit, water, and blood, apparently that's the strongest testimony for the Trinity. And it's like, oof, I don't know if he's really thought this out. This is what I'm sort of saying to him. It's like, this could be pretty embarrassing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I've thought through this and gone, it's not making any sense in context. But I guess it's a unique way of looking at things. It does. I remember when I first went through that article, I was like, I'm going to write about. I might even write a book about that, about the omitentes and commitentes. But then the more I read through it, and the more I thought about it, I was just like, it's just a variant. That's sort of just a complete nothing. Because in the you got to put yourself in the context. A Trinitarian verse, okay, and you can't just look at omitentes and commitentes. You got to look at all the words there in Latin and what it's saying, and then you're like, yeah, it's. But he's saying this has been added by someone, and it's pseudo Jerome. So it's not only the pseudo Jerome, but this is being added. They're adding the Father, Word, and Spirit in. They're the unfaithful scribes. It's like, okay. And Jonathan Sheffield has the passage is a majority reading in the West. So while the Greek evidence is it has very little testimony to it in the Greek. When the official Greek Orthodox churches, I'm talking about the official churches of Alexandria, North Africa, Constantinople, all met in 1904 to create their standardized Greek texts for use throughout the Greek Orthodox Church. They discussed the issue of 1 John 5:7. That is not in their textual tradition. That is not basically witnessed by the Byzantine text form. The holy bishops of the Greek Orthodox Church voted this passage to be included in 1904. So when the magisterial reformers, basically all the magisterial reformers except for Luther, all basically came to the same conclusion that this passage was witnessed by the ancient church and included in their editions of the TR. It's a majority reading in the West, and when the Greek Orthodox Church met and discussed this issue, they included this passage. The only people who seem to reject this passage are the textual critics based in the German rationalism of the late 18th and 17th century. So it's not the official churches rejecting this passage. It's basically the critical text proponents of German rationalism. So then back to TurretinFan, and I've nearly finished. This comment about the only people who seem to reject this passage is unsupportable. It's also misleading to say that it is a majority reading in the West. It may well be a majority of the later Vulgate manuscripts. It is not a majority of the oldest Latin, of the oldest Vulgate manuscripts. So I'll just finish reading through this section, then I'll explain why this is sort of flawed. If you survey the Latin manuscripts from the 6th to the 10th centuries, as I did in this post, none of them have the comma as it was ultimately imposed on the Greek text. 22 manuscripts originally lacked the comma. Many of those were later deliberately altered to include it. One manuscript has sun variant, that is not word but sun. One manuscript without in earth and with the comparative variant. One manuscript with in Christ Jesus variant. So it is misleading at best to make comments about the majority reading in the West. The earliest Latin exegesis of 1 John 5 from an anonymous Irish author around 680. So it seems like it goes to James Snap's material as far as I'm pretty sure he got that from James Snap because I've already gone through that. Does not have the interpolated reading, neither did the Venerable Bede in the 8th century. So what's he saying here? He's saying, okay, so it's in the reading in the West, but then TurretinFan's saying, hey, hang on, the extant manuscripts that we have today, I've gone through it. 22 manuscripts originally lacked the comma. Many of these were deliberately altered to include it. Okay, so this is what Jerome was saying. There were the grammatical, the text was in the Greek. It was being unfaithfully translated into Latin. They were leaving out the Father, Word, and Spirit, but they were just leaving behind the Spirit, water, and blood, and that was an issue. And so TurretinFan's gone through a lot of these older texts, but the thing is, I'm not sure why he's got this type of criteria for the Latin, when looking at the Greek, what Mike Ferrando has brought up between the 4th century and the mid 8th century, or this 9th century, is there's only really 3 manuscripts in the Greek that don't have the comma. And we've contested their age and everything like that, but it's like it's not a huge amount of evidence against the comma. And so this is the thing: is he going to apply that same sort of standard, or is he going to agree with Mike Ferrando there? Or, so when we see 22 manuscripts originally lack the comma, but see the thing is, a lot of these manuscripts, I'd say the vast majority of these manuscripts, have Jerome's prologue in it that says about the comma. It says to have the comma, that it is being omitted by unfaithful translators. So that's huge evidence in itself that here it has the comma there. It's like having a Trinitarian Bible Society tract saying about how 1 John 5:7 has been deleted or something like that, slipped into your Bible sort of thing. And people are going through history and going, hang on, Jerome's saying this is being taken out. And people who are experts in Latin, Erasmus and Stunica and, Theodore Beza, and they know stuff. They no doubt would have had access to some of these manuscripts that had some of these changes and things, Lorenzo Balla and others. None of them said that it was pseudo-Jerome. None of them pointed this issue out because it's a nothing burger. So anyway, I think I've gotten to the end there, and I think I will leave it at that. I didn't think that this article had anything about the comma. Let me just quickly check why that's in the list. Yeah, that's weird. I think maybe I skipped to a different page, because I did click on Johannine Comma. Greek manuscripts, yeah, I read through Elijah Hickson's one. Grammatical argument, I'm glad I went through that one. And I guess the next one is Jonathan Sheffield's, and we went through that one. I've just finished it. And then the next, so I must have just messed it up. So the next one is the work dubiously attributed to Isaac the Jew and the 3 heavenly witnesses. So we'll go through that and we'll check out what's being said there. But in the meanwhile, so I've done these 3 articles. I guess I'm constantly going through this Greek material here. So it would be good for me to just sort of really nail some of these to the point where it's like, okay, well, I've done a full article on GAE 88 margin. I've got pictures of it. I've just got it all in one place on my website. And it's like, okay, if you want to see that, here you go. Now, I'm pretty sure I do have enough information on my website. Sometimes there are themes and things that I don't even have on my website that I repeat, daily or every video. So anyway, we're going to go through the issue of Isaac the Jew. And so, but I really want to go through some of the material of Hofstadter and look at that and summarize that, because that would be really good. Because I guess after I've gone through all of TurretinFan's material that he's written about the comma, then I'll go through James Snapp Jr.'s, go through his stuff. And we just want to continually bring this stuff up and refine arguments and look at, if someone has a bit of a barrow to push, we're pointing that out. And so after that one, TurretinFan has, the Priscillian one. That will be a good one to go through. Victor of Beta. So we've sort of gone through some of that stuff in the last few days. Just a cursory look and sort of what TurretinFan's saying about it, really. And this one, the pseudo Jerome. So that would be a good one to get. Once I get to that, it might take a whole lesson in itself. a whole video series, a whole video take in itself. And so we'll look at that. And yeah, lots of pretty pictures on that one to look at. And he is talking about, Nick brought this up, Nick said this, Nick said that. So it is talking about me quite a lot. And okay, so that's probably the bigger article there. So that might even take a few videos, but that's cool. I'll go through all that and just double check absolutely everything. And I'm sure TurretinFan would appreciate that as well, because I'll be going through and just checking, fact checking things, and maybe he's wrong on the odd thing here and there. And, then we've got Pseudo Jerome, Prologue to the Catholic Epistles. I'm pretty sure I did a whole video on this because he did a video on it. That's right. And I was responding to that, but perhaps we can read back through this material. Then we'll be going through Gregory of Nazianzen and the grammar of the comma. Lamy on the competency and polyglot and the Rhodes issue. Stunica annotations on 1 John. So we sort of went through a little bit of that today. Stunica versus Erasmus on the comma. Vetus Latina at 1 John 5:7. Looking at those issues there. Codex Gigas. That's that huge manuscript with a big demon on it. That would be an interesting one to look at. And he's got some nice pretty pictures there. Lorenzo Falla and the comma. And Manetti. So yeah, some interesting things to look at. I think I've gone through some of these. Elkin of York, the comma and the competency polyglot. I might have even done some whole videos on these that I've just forgotten that I've done. But Turretin's sources for 1 John 5:7. Looking at Francis Turretin's material. So apart from that, I've nearly gone for 5 hours, so I'm going to shut it down. James Sheffield said, would not the scribe at Ephesus have caught the error in grammar without the comma of John? Okay, so I'm going to shut this down. And as I'm shutting it down, I'll just see if I can remember anything else that I need to say. I think that's about it. So anyway, God bless you guys. And yeah, just before I go, I'll just quickly grab I'll just quickly explain this. So obviously all the videos that I do an AI picture. And so I put the TurretinFan's head in there and I said to AI, can you make, it sort of made a favorable one of TurretinFan because I didn't want to have it, you're a devil or whatever, because, I don't mind TurretinFan. He's a nice guy. And, I've got my revolution symbol there, which is sort of, for my branding, sort of thing. Then it's got evidence, history, context, and truth. That's fine. But sometimes it has in these books, like what's that? It's just like Chinese. But it has the witness in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit are one. It's okay, that's fine. Then TurretinFan's blog, it's got this written there. Investigation checklist, scholarly, investigative, uncovering the truth, and it's got a magnifying glass there and a microscope really, and Vaticanus Sinaiticus, Fulgentius, Beza, Erasmus, Competency, Polyglot. I think that's Beza, or maybe it's Erasmus. Jerome's Prologue, a shield for the text. It's interesting. And then it says, follow the truth, follow the evidence, discover the truth. Now, at first I had examining 1 John 5:7, it had real talk. And I was like, where did it come up with Real Talk? And so I just said, can you get rid of that? Put TurretinFan's blog or examining TurretinFan's blog. So they put that there. So I'm not sure why Erasmus's annotation it's circling 3-1. But anyway, it's yeah. So I just thought I'd explain this. It's almost like I'm interviewing TurretinFan here, but I didn't want to make it like, you know, I'm saying TurretinFan is a Jesuit or he's from Satan, you know, and just have it all dark and everything. Then ChatGPT just sort of made this, and I was like, okay, that's cool. The earlier one it made was it just had this Real Talk thing. I don't even think I can access that. But anyway, I better go. So thanks for sticking through with us, guys. God bless you. We'll see you again soon. And yeah, keep us in prayer with the Comma conference. We've got, I think, 4 people booked in with their times. So we've got another 5 people to book in with their times for the Comma conference. So that would be Peter Van Cleek Sr., Peter Van Cleek Jr. I contacted Stephen Avery just before about his timing. And then we've got Jonathan Sheffield and Jeff Riddle. So they've already been contacted. So, yeah, interesting times. God bless you guys. We'll see you again soon.